Alright. Good morning, motherfuckers. Me and the bestie are here. Good morning. Good morning. Mm. Hey, Farah. Hey, Ducky. What is up? We are going to play this. I mean, it looks super cute. When I booted it up yesterday, it said, like, hey, you should probably play this with a controller, but I think I'm not going to. Yes, yes. What should we listen to? EDM for streaming. There we go. Oh my gosh. Hey, how's you? How is you? I'm eating breakfast as well, yes. Oatmeal. Oh wait, no, why is it laggy? Ah. Adventure mode, creative mode, join a friend. I want to join a friend. Can I? Can you start a new world? Nice. What up, Stoney? Nobles is still alive, though. Like, he's not streaming, but he's playing Enshrouded. Insane little person. Meow. What up, River? Y'all are. You're playing Enshrouded as well. Nice. What's the sound like, by the way? Is it all good? Oh my gosh. Blah blah blah. It's good. Nice, nice. Good morning or evening, River. What you doing up this late, man? What you doing up this? I know Farah is up late, cause. Dude. I'm gonna peel down on that. Sick. It's so black for me. It takes at least 2. Oh my gosh. That is cute. Alright. Woo! Oh, you have like squirrel vision. and the distance is in pause. What the fuck? Or is it left click? Right click, I mean. You are here. Oh, and it's a toggleable run. Hey, what up, bird? Oh, you don't want to be my friend, bird? Whee! Ha ha ha! I'm climbing. Opposites. Oh my god, it's a turtle. Hello, Tortor. Terry the turtle. Nice. Oh, you were sleeping? Sorry. Good day to you, little friend. You want me to take you to the other island? Well, I've been hearing some buzz today. Some squirrels here and there that might need help. Oh, okay, so this is like the intro. Gotcha. I'm gonna help Claire, Mike, Maya, and Sam. Well, Maya is the closest. And we can climb up the stone. Well, or no. Greetings, kindred squirrel. I've not seen you around before. Welcome to our most sacred location. You know, I think I'm gonna kill the music, actually. Music I'm listening to. Oh, wow. I think... No, it should be... Should be transferring. There we go. Find an item that you can meditate on and give it a try. This is a sanctuary located in each area. Okay. Sanctuaries are respawn points. I found a golden acorn. I am the best. You grabbed I grabbed twigs, but I can grab pebble as well. Oh my god, another golden acorn. No? Oh. Okay. It's literally a meditating squirrel. That is so fucking cute. Oh, okay, so now we can do, wait, I can't click anywhere. Oh wait, no, get a hold E. Never mind. I am a meditator. I'm gonna see if I can meditate on the stick as well, or the twig. Nope. Can't. Gotcha. And there's the inventory. Nice. Crafting. Oh shit, we need like a lot to craft the stuff. Nice. Here connects golden acorns. It will turn this place into sanctuary, get them all, and such will be rewarded with its blessing. The pillars might give you clues to where to find. Oh my gosh, that is so nice. So this is not just like about running around and being a squirrel. It's also like an actual adventure and shit. Then you. Yeah. I mean, I'd be okay with parts of it. Oh my gosh. There has to be a quest. A quest! Quest! There's a golden acorn. You hear one? How do you hear the golden acorns? Oh my gosh. Gotcha. Enemy is here. Right. Right. Mm. Oh, there's the resin. Up in the tree. And I can run up any tree, right? Yep. I got a ton. Hello! I need pebble pickaxe to fucking... Alright. Oh my, you can climb upside down! Ah, so cool! Like, you're just attached to the tree while you climb. That is dope. Crafting. I need one more resin. A chest? Yeah. I got a ton of twigs, but I need more resin. Oh, there we go. I found resin. Mm-hmm. Yep. We're just swirling around, man. Alright, I'm gonna make a pebble pickaxe. Ha ha ha! Crafty too! Oh my god, it's so cute! A smack. Alright, now I need more twigs and pebbles, for that matter. Is this? Strawberries? Oh my gosh. Yes, again, found strawberry bushes. And now I have 9 strawberries. I'm just running around. I'm running around. What is this? Oh! I found another golden acorn. Oh, come on! Fuck's sake. Hey, nobles. Hey, nobles. Get on the floor. One, two, three, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's 15 push-ups. 15 push-ups for Jesus. You always make it sound so mean. Oh my gosh, Noble's got level 47 in Phasmo. Oh my gosh. Is that something special? Sick. Sick. Well done. Oh, hey Frankenstein. What's up? I'm just gonna grab a ton of resin chunks. Yes. Wait, we're doing squirrely stuff. How long till he notices? Notice what? Oh, we got an ad as well. Oh, fuck the cam. There we go. Same. Wow. Thanks. Thanks, I guess. Oh my gosh, do you even know? I'm gonna talk to Sam here. Some damn bird broke down my house. Just wait until I catch that bird. Perhaps you could help me. Sticks. I don't know. Press tab. You're gonna need pebbles as well. I can open the door. Bestie has all the best priorities. There's a tyrant in chat. Whoa. Yeah. Pokey catch. Great ball. Now you gotta be a Pokemon master at the same time, you know? How can you not care about Pokemans? Wow! Why would you do that? Why would you say such a thing? Chat heard it. Bestie's a bitch. Bestie's a bitch. Oh my god, I can meditate on rocks. I'm gonna meditate on what it means to have a rock. I got sticks. They grow on trees. Wow. Don't even. Oh my gosh, Duck has her duck specs. Nice. Man. I also have an axe. What the fuck? Need more twigs for a shovel though. No, I'm gonna everything. It's super fucking cute. Where do I use the thing? Oh wait, never mind. The what now? I'm trying to chop wood, but I don't know how. Ah, there we go. The large sticks. Oh my gosh. Squirrel vision. Whoa. Of course you're. But this is always what happens when we play together. We both get distracted. Adventure! There's this little green bar underneath my hearts that I don't know what they are. But it sounds like... No, the hearts is my health bar, right? Whoa. These are damn fine sticks. Yup. I completed the quest. 5. 5 sticky sticks. Oh, okay. Wait, so you have to complete it as well? Yeah. I'm gonna talk to Mike now. You guys are such cute little fluffy butts. We are. Have you invested in your future? The way of the cash. I'm aiming at 4, but I don't know. I'm gonna do 8 hours. You won't? That's okay. Oh shit, right. Yeah, no. No. Well, it says I need to bring 3 acorns for Mike, but where the fuck? I found 4 acorns, haven't I? Golden acorns, at least? Now I have a shovel. You'll finish, Claire? Oh my gosh. Scary. Yeah, smash her rocks. Is that a cache? I need to bring 3 acorns to Mike. I don't know where you find acorns. Oh, there you... Never mind. I found them. Yep. They were in the tree right next to Mike. On some sticks. Shake the branch. Oh, you just need to shake the branch and you get acorns? Nice. Quest completed. Nice, nice. Very good. Very, very good. Yeah. It's the best. Ooh. Nice. The custom timer has finished. Add to cache. Yeah, I have everything we need for the cache as well, so... Cache completed. Yeah. Return to Mike. Is your last name Hunt? Get it, Mike Hunt? Yeah, because if you say it quickly, it sounds like Mike Hunt. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I helped Mike. Do you have all the golden acorns as well? Yeah, it sounds important. Did you grab a stone or something? Oh, okay. You can. Oh, for fuck's sake, enemy! That's what the timer was for. Oh, that's the time. That's what the timer is for. Oh my fucking god. Do you need to work out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Fuck, 12. That's 12 push-ups. I'm a good little boy. This is true. Hey. A screw came loose from underneath my chair. Hopefully I don't die. We will get back to 0. Mm-hmm. Yeah! Ah! I'm I'm stuck in the tree. Save and quit to menu, save and quit to desktop. I have inventory, crafting, quests, and collectibles. Unstuck. Yay. We are. Jesus. I am a glitchy squirrel. I have items to meditate on? Like what? But I've had sticks for a while and it didn't... Oh no, wait, sticks I haven't had for a while. Twigs I've had. Where's the last fucking acorn though? On the bitch. Cliffhanger. It should be... Right? Right? I love that you can see, like, human houses over there as well. Is this supposed to be, like, Central Park or something? Gotcha. Nice. Like I've seen the game before, like on Instagram and stuff. Oh, I found it. I found the golden. Yep. I am the best boy. Such a good boy. Oh my god, it's an acorn bukkake. Stamina increased. Alright, so I get, yeah, we both receive points. You do? Ah! New buzzes that you helped everyone? I sure did, Terry. Do you still want that ride? Yeah, Terry! Yeah, let's go, Terry! You can look at anything you want. Oh, okay. Wow. The forest nook. Ooh. I hope you get a lot of money. Like way more than you should. Right? Return to Maya? It wants the quest line wants us to return to Maya. I'll run. The far seas. It's a pond. Oh my god, ducks with ducklings. Where's my... No, wait. It doesn't take us back. Yeah. Duckies for ducky. Yeah. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Maya, you motherfucker! The blessing of the sanctuary. Whenever you feel the weight of the world, the sanctuary is here to restore your spirit. Yay. Alright, and now we're oh my god, look at the duckies! Look at the duckies. Oh wait, we can swim? Hello ducks, hello. Oh look, I'm a duckling. Quack quack, quack 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 quack. Oh no, I'm gonna die soon. Nope, I survived. Haha. Oh no. Maya ho, Maya ha, Maya ha. Alright, there's a couple places where it says lot of land and then home tree. Needlenose, Patty the archaeologist, Daredevil, and Max. Way from misery to happiness today. You're gonna be a shiny star. Just said lot of land. Yeah, I'm just climbing trees, bitch. Ooh. It's a bird. Where? There you are. Lotta Land. Za. Hey there, pal. It's all yours if you own it. It's unquestionably perfect for building a home base. She's a realtor? Yeah, sure. Yeah. I can see a golden acorn from where we are as well. We did? Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Oh, my gosh. Q and E to select item. Shit, we got so much stuff. Oh, come on! Yeah, it was. I'm just not happy about it. I can be sad about my mistakes, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You get 10 push-ups into me. No more. He did already. It's enemies all out of points. Fuck yeah. Noise. What is it, 236 now? No picks. You don't got. You ain't got shit, picks. No, Frank. Why are people mean? Yeah. Yeah, but I can't say no. That'd be mean. You have no sympathy for me? Not even a little bit of sympathy? Zip! Alright, I'm just, I notice everything, Stone Cold. You don't notice me. No, fuck's sake. Yeah, the building, thing here is not the best. So, R to rotate. I like materials. Wow. You're quite clear. South Station Crusher. Crusher, I hardly knew her. No, it was that my camera was still stuck on the push-up cam. I am bad. So bad. Oh my gosh. Alright, oh. Because right now we're just like trying to build bases, right? Because that's what I'm into. I'm such a base builder. And you gotta have a flared base. Large stick. Oh, we do love a large stick to freeze. Quite so, quite so. More sticks. Hiya, hiya, hiya. Why are you trying to get shit? Why would you use poop? Is poop good to build with? Wow. I think it is though. Like it has to have some like adhesive qualities. Let's do some shit buildings. Oh, strawberries. Strawberries. Strawberry. Oh, that's like a pot. A potted plant. Like a pot for a potted plant. It is first mushroom. Place bouncy mushroom. No, I cannot. I don't have one. I don't have no bouncy mushrooms. You will find bouncy mushrooms for me? You will bring them to me, as I am a king of this land. I am King Squall. Jumping from tree to tree, right now on the forest floor. Oh, that's a dog. It's a big old dog. I do what I want. Ooh, I found a yellow tulip. I grabbed it. Seriously? I can be a yellow squirrel? Yeah. A rainbow squirrel? That's gay. That's so gay. I love it. Alright, the dog has seen me and is angry. But I'm in a tree, so he can go fuck himself. No energy? How do I get more energy then? How do I eat? Oh wait, there we go. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. You made a bear? Even more tulips. Jesus, how much do you have already? I've just been out, like, getting resources. So you just... Yes? Because when you have collected stuff, you can build as much as you want. I'm mining resin. If you put a slink in an escalator, would it go on forever? It will. It will. But you gotta time it right. Feels like that, right? My inventory's full. I got nuts. Yeah. You come to get my nuts? Please don't. You're the one who... Wow. Never mind. I am not. I am a very cute little boy. Tired and cute little boy. I'm such a teeny tiny boy. Items to meditate on? Right, because build. Yeah. There we go. Woo! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, cute. Alright, I'm liking the stuff you can build with, at least. Like the look of things so far. It's kinda nice. Roofs, no thank you. I'd love a bed. No, why, no. No, why would you do anything, really? Roof required? You are an asshole. You're such an asshole. Why have you done this to me, little boy? The little doctor is very sad right now. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 1 push-up for every minute between push-up sets. That's what you get. You're a good boy. Such a good boy. Wait, quick maths, that means, no, I'm not gonna math it. Wow. I do need my exercise. I wouldn't say this is great though, no. Yeah, but I am. A little bit of a bitch? I'm being a lot of bit of a bitch. Just doing me favors. Nice. Oh my gosh. You make the... thank you. You make the game, you play the game. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I keep forgetting it. I'm cute though, right? Nice. Oh my gosh. That is a cute workbench. Oh my gosh. Lacks materials. Oh, the mortar and pestle is a crusher, of course. Of course it is. No. Alright. No. You found nuts. Alright, crafting. Yeah. Yeah. Like some will have like really British English. It's beautiful though, ain't it? I got 2 things to meditate on. Nice. Very, very well done. Or what TV prone? Yeah. No, 100%. I watched so much Cartoon Network, like so much American TV overall when I was a kid. And in primary school and high school, my teachers were like, "Oh, you have to speak British English," and I was like, "Nah, bro, that ain't happening, bro." Ooh. Jesus. Yeah. Sir David Attenborough is very, very upset with me. Hey, what up? You are a poopy. Yeah, I was right by you. Hello, bish. I'm just collecting stuff. I need to find more stones for mortar and pestle. The crusher. No, the crusher. The pestilence. Ah! Oh, there's a cock there. Yes. Aha. It's a rock cock. Large rock. Cock rock. Woohoo. Cock rock. Woohoo. Cock rock? Oh, yeah. The English. Oh, you, of course. You are not. That's true. Yeah. I feel like I've always spoken more English than I probably should. Sir David Attenborough is disappointed. I'm playing the guitar. Oh, nice. Oh. Oh. Ferda. Ferda. You wanna crush some Sandos after this, bro? Oh, here's a thing I can chop down. Break the stick. Timber! Yeah, I just created like a bridge. Oh, I think I found the jumpy mushroom. Yeah. Nice. I'll grab the mushrooms. Whoa. That's very aggressive. You wanna go? You wanna go, bruh? It's it's the streaming. You just become very weird when you stream. Happens to us all. Just look at Nobles. Yay! I'm like made for this. Find the ones you think is funniest and silliest and send it here in chat and tell us when it was sent. Jesus. Yeah, Enemy's been training the bot on our old messages. Does it? Right. That's a good question, actually. Right. Nothing's very important here. We're just chilling. Oh, are those sunflower? Sunflowers over there. Sorry. It seems like I heard something, but I can't put my finger on what, so I'll just ignore it. I will. I'm just gonna get in my tree. Hello, goose! Fair. No, hello, goose is best. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's it. You get 10 push-ups. I hate this. I hate this so much. I'm just gonna turn off the redeem. No. Yeah, it is. I agree, double. No, come on. I got mushrooms. Like shroom chunks. That is. I'm coming. I'm just gonna put some stuff away in my box. Where is you? There you are. Wow. You're high. Hey, enemy, could you please tell the bot I've done 10 push-ups? Please and thank you. Let's see. I can't resist a good stick. Thank you, enemy. Yeah, a good stick is a good stick. If you know what I mean. Ooh, got acorns up there as well. I'm on my fucking way. It takes time. I have little legs. Hiya! Oh, you found walnuts as well? Almonds. Cool. Quests? No! I want to explore. Fuck quests. Quests are for nerds. Ah! Am I redeeming it next, or does someone want to turn at it? No. It's... I don't like any of this. The consequences of my actions are consequential. They are biting me in my buttocks, indeed. Let's see. Whoa. Frankenstein needs amoral support. She's come to the right place to get amoral support. It's gonna go so well, honey. Literally all. Failure to do something that will fire you? What the fuck, enemy? I'm trying to wake up Jaboom so he can come redeem one. No, 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 let him sleep. Let him sleep. Shroom chunk. We got stink bomb, acorn meatball. Dark brown fur dye. Fur dye. Gonna meditate some more. Strawberry. It got them all. Jeez. And it's all about penis. Not all. Just a little bit of something else. Alright, we're gonna... Yes, that's one you recognize and understand. A premier bowl. I got a great bowl though. Everyone wants to hear about my balls. No, she doesn't want to hear about my balls either. So mean. Plank required. Trying to get rid of them. Y'all got peasant balls. Jesus. That just sounds so aggressive as well. I don't know. Jesus, you gotta say chat, just like you gotta say over when you speak in a walkie-talkie. Yes, you do. That's the rules. All rules are made up and stupid, technically. So I mean, small chest or big chest. Doc, we've been raided. Did push-ups. Jesus Christ, yeah, it's just going nuts. No. Is this a fucking... It's a chair. It's a chair that's an egg. I love it. Feather required. Oh, too bad. Meditate on items to discover crafting recipes. Oh wait, so you can craft anywhere. Now get all of the Elvis messages and make a 575 syllable haiku for them. By the way, I'm firing him. So mean. I'm home. Yeah, I'm in the... Oh my god, what the fuck? How are you changing? That is trippy as fuck. That is super trippy. Jesus. Now I'm just thinking, how can we make food? I did not. I did not. I did not turn off the push-ups. I did not turn off the push-ups. I have not. I have not. It might be that it's just like only per person. It can only be like 3 times, or it's a cooldown. 100 more should be. I love also how like the rumor that I might have turned them off spreads, and everyone's like, burn him at the stake, make him do all the push-ups. And that's just really mean. Wow. I don't know if I do. Alright, I've built everything I can here, but the cooking station, the cooking bench won't let me make anything, so I think we gotta do some quests, right? Wait, if I rest in the bed, do I regain stuff? I rested. You're fired! Nice, alright. Fuck beep. Should we go Max or Molly first? What? You were thinking Molly as in the drug? Yes, you would. I'm running towards Max just because of that. We're not gonna do drugs. Alright. Fuck! I don't. I don't at all. There's... One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. That was 10. Yeah, that's 10. I'm just... My tits are really hurting now. For DDs! I'm trying to go to Max, but I don't know where he is. There he is. Max! Big sexy! Careful now. Don't scare off the birds. If you saw a stink bob out them, they get real startled. Oh my gosh, thank you, Pix. Oh my gosh. She's the only nice one here. Alright, so some of these blurps of me I like, though. Oh, come on! Fuck's sake, River. I have a stink bomb. No, I got the recipe before. Money me. How do I get over there? Oh, that was nice. I never need stuff. Big sexy! Dunno. Nighty night pigs. Thanks for the lurk. The horn. Jesus. Hey, what up, Godsmack? Good morning, good morning. What, why? Why? There are 3 birds here that I'm trying to stink bomb. It's the bestie. Hello, female person. Oh, bold of you to assume. No. No. I'm just saying, you can't really tell gender from voice. Are you saying you can tell gender from voice? Huh? 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 Is that what you're trying to say here? Wow. 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 You have a very feminine voice, though. Most of the time you can. Y'all. Fair. Alright, I'll so different. We got an ad coming in about 3... Batman! Get an ad coming in about 3 minutes, and I think I'm gonna go for a smoke break while the ad runs. And you'll have to deal with Bestie by yourselves. Hiya, hiya, hiya. Or I can turn off so you're not heard while I'm away. Yeah. Oh. I mean, I know it's not. But, oh, come on. Yeah. I got so many feathers right now. You can talk to chat? Are you sure? You sure? Yeah, I've done it before. It's such a good girl. You just know how to talk to chat, don't you? Oh, that's true. That's true. Each every fucking time, huh? Oh my gosh! Ah! Wait, should I go back to Max? He would do better at push-ups if he quit smoking. Wow. How dare you use logic and truth against me? It's mean, is what it is. I'm not wrong all the time, just most of the time. It's mute your mic, Vem. It's the LV stream now. I did craft it a few. He should. He should. More LV stream. More LV stream. Yes, good. You should. You should. How about we lose one push-up per day you don't smoke? One a day? Nah, not worth it. But I am planning on quitting soon-ish though. Like we got a lot of stuff coming up. Yeah, I've quit smoking like two or three times. I mean, yeah, I started again. I mean, not super well, I guess. Plank required? Oh, come on. What? It's not, but... But... I was gonna say you're a butthole. But what? For what? Alright, gang. I'm heading out for a smoke break. We got an ad incoming in 10 seconds. Yeah. Bestie will keep you company. Bye. Hey, what up? I'm back. Yay! So back. Oh my gosh, Hoops is here. You've been talking shit about me. Oh my gosh. Why would you talk shit about me? I'm literally the cutest boy ever. Woo 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 woo. You need to go to Europe. It is the land of beer and sausages. What the fuck? Go away, Bestie was doing well. I was... the fuck, man. Can you get Bestie to take over? It was... See? See? Yeah, oh, you should. You should. You'll immediately make affiliates. Day one. Like, but we've talked about this before. You can stream from your computer and play on your husband's computer. Because you're you. Wait, so you're saying you shouldn't do it because you're worse than me at this stuff, or? That's right. At a lot of stuff. Thanks. I don't get it. There's this large stick on the ground that I'm trying to chop, but it doesn't want to. No! Fuck's sake. I knew it was gonna happen. We all knew it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Everything is hurting. Lielvi is the best, usually. 196. Get that affiliate, Bestie. It wasn't that difficult, that's the thing. It's just, like, it took a little bit of work, and then it worked. I mean, both could be true. Scrap pickaxe required? But I don't have a scrap pickaxe. Pole is up, yes. Yes, they do. This is a taste of what it means to be a streamer. Fuck's sake. No, you can look at my floor, bitches. You can listen to the pole, it's law. You can... Wait, you can walk out on these bird feeders? Busy limpa. And that's where you get almonds. Gotcha. Yeah. It's cozy as fuck. It is. It is. Oh. Really? Nice. If you start streaming, the bakery will be there. That's true. the fuck? I'm... yeah, I'm trying. It's not going super well, obviously. Aiming this squirrel is tough. No, it's true. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, I miss it every time. I'm not the best. Seriously? You gotta bounce like X amount of times on each shroom. But it doesn't turn red if I just bounce once. Nope. Oh, come on! No. What? Where? Where do I go? Right, where? Oh, there it is. Yay! You can't just say, is it, can you see it, because obviously I can't. No, no. Well, took me longer. For fuck's sake! You are, though. Yeah, and you play on hardest difficulty on both Helldivers 2 and Phasmophobia. What, you're not playing on hardest difficulty on Helldivers? Okay, okay. Frankenstein wants you to drink water. Can you? Can you, though? Can you, though? Ouchies. Jesus Christ. The Tin Bum. Get it? Because nickel ass. Nickel ass tin bum. Oh, it's a Mawwill in chat. Great ball. Okay. 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 I will lie as much as I want. I'm gonna go talk to Molly. Molly! Among friends? Switch 2 launches tomorrow. Nice. Me and the wife ordered a normal Switch that we are picking up later today. It's gonna be so nice. And we got some what's it called? The Mario Kart for it. The carte du Mario. You can stream Mario Kart from CapKart? Yeah, I know, I can. Would that be interesting? See me do some Mario Kart? Yeah, see me lose. Wow. Toxic mushrooms? I'm doing stuff as well. I am. I'm getting some normal mushrooms here. See? Chop, chop, chop. I will get PTSD. Yeah, no, my wife is really good at Mario Kart. Like, scary good. You don't want to know. How many times does it send a message in chat? Oh, jeez. A fair few times, I'd say. A couple times. 9,609. Oh my, nice. 969. You've been active in chat. Nay. Nay. I love just hearing you get mad at your kitties. They're fighting! They're fighting! What up, Molly? This is the third place I've dug already. I'm Molly, searching for treasure. And this bottle on the bitch. Drawing inside and I'm positive it's a treasure map. Maybe you'll have more luck finding the treasure. I'm having no luck at all. And I need a little break. But if you do find it, please let me know what the treasure is. Don't lose the map. Inventory is full. Fuck! I'm gonna throw that out. Read. Oh, okay. So it's over there somewhere, then. I should probably run back to my house, though, and get rid of my inventory. Whew, scary. Now it's so quiet without Bestie here, just because she's away murdering kittens. If you put everyone on leaderboard of how many times they chatted, which place does Lealby take on that list? Ooh, interesting question. You have items to meditate on? I know. I fucking know, bro. Ah! Requires floor. Are they though? Sorry, that sounds kind of fun. It has to be an enemy, right? Let's see. Your oldest boy? But he is a weak bitch. Enemies in first place with 17,000 messages, dude. Yeah, might be. But also enemy is sent a lot of like messages where it's like, oh, hey bot, evaluate this, evaluate this. I now know how to make almond sausage bake. Almond sausage. I'm gonna run and dig up treasure. Treasure! And Stony, I think. X Gamer, oh, of course, yeah. Enemy Beep and Hoops, haha. Of course, Hoops is up there. Of course he is. Y'all. Find and dig up the treasure. Yeah. Seriously, bro. Oh my gosh, I picked up a bouncy mushroom. How do you know? Has to be here, right? Hello, stream. I could pick up spider webs. Oh my gosh, cool. Spider webs, spider webs. You haven't seen Chatterbox Jackie. Oh, come on. You're a late coomer. Sick. You're just throwing your husband under the bus like that? Oh, what's this? Toxic mushroom? Oh, that's what you got as well. Oh, Jesus. It gave you... No. Fuck's sake, like, it's... The treasure is supposed to be here somewhere. Huh? Everyone counts! Of society! Imagine you smell real bad. I'm at IKEA, and I heard my name. Has to be here, right? Nice. I'm so annoyed. I'm like trying to... Robots are stinky as hell. I'm trying to dig where there's dirt in this tower, but it doesn't let me dig. Okay. Gotcha. build the prettiest thing you ever did see. Yeah, so for 6 more hours ish. Just a few more. 4 p.m. Wow. I'm thinking we might switch to repo later as well, just because repo is fun. King Needle Nose. No, I haven't done it yet. Because I can't find it. I am! From misery to happiness today. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. It's gonna rise up sooner or later. Because there's a map. I got a map. Oh shit, wait, no, I found where I should be. But yeah, there it is. So we gotta go over the water. I thought it was like one of them, and it was not. Oh my gosh! I'm not a bad gamer. I'm really good at the games. I am. More toxic mushroom. 2, I think. What do we do with the toxic mushrooms? Oh my gosh, I got blueprints! Hello! Bundle of lavender. Ooh. Fish plaque. Oh, Jesus! Not allowed to say that. No! No! Not allowed to! Ah. Nothing here. Oh, come on! I want to die now. I want to die now. I want to die on the floor. Kiss my butt, kiss my butt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Stoney was writing dirty things to Ducky, I think. Oh my gosh. Everyone have the push-up cam sign ready? Come on! Oh my gosh. The time is to tell chat when 10 minutes has passed, so the cooldown for the push-ups is done. He's a meanie. Enemy. You can hear it in the name. Imini. Such an imini. Oh, okay. So it's for needle nose. Nice. Old Highlander, mate. He's pretty cool. Peasant, your services are needed. Toxic fungi, blah 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 blah. Once you have removed them. Gotcha. Nice. I'm just gonna talk to Molly real quick and then I'll be back. Yes? Return to sender. Oh, thank you. I will hydrate. Cooking recipe? Yes. Stoner was ignoring you? Wow. She's saying that you're making her wet. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that sound? It's disturbing and disgusting. Oh my gosh. Did you finish the King Needlenose quest? King Needlenose? Thou hast helped thy king. Thy taxes will be cut this year. Sick. Wait. What is high state? Oh. Oh. Gotcha. That sounds fun though. The soap message. Heard that! What about his date, huh? Huh? Why does it always have to be her date? What is this over? Is that lavender? Dan saying hi. Based on what you just pulled down, what is the first message they sent on? Yeah, I found lavender. Nice. Don't make fun of me. That's like the best meme I've seen is the shirt where it says like "Don't bully me, I'll come." I just love it. I love it so much. It's so good. Oh my god! I found paper clips. This is a fucking cannon. You sent Stone a childhood song about stuff. So, Jesus. I am the bravest, I am the strongest, I am an only daredevil. I would launch myself over the stone wall with a cannon. I will need those items back for my daring act. Fuse, gunpowder, and safety glasses. Dude. Fuse from Molly, gunpowder from Patty. Gotcha. Yeah. No, I was just here and thought that I'll talk to him, see what it's about. Oh my gosh, I'm doing it so wrong. Oh, that's a dog. That's a dog. Get the throw and hit the dog with the stink ball. It's an achievement. Nice. Nice. Yeah. That seems very accurate, actually. It's quite. Why not? I'm such a nice little squirrel! You got a fat squirrel dump truck as well. Oh yeah. That's my booty. My booty is my dump truck. Fat butt squirrel. Ooh, ah. I got like 3 things to meditate on. I'll meditate. Funniest message is Doc is a good man. Fuck. That's so mean. That's so mean. That is... Is it though? Ooh, I got spring shoes. Yeah, you watch me all the time, every day. You're just so obsessed with me. Oh my gosh. You just love me so much. I'm gonna do a little squirrel sleep. Squirrel sleep. And I really want to make some food. In game, not in real life. Yeah. Yeah. No, you haven't. Doc is a legend. Doc is my hero. Never. That never happened. So the AI is lying as well, is what I'm hearing. Wow. We cannot trust the people. Sassiest bot on stream, yep. Inventory is full. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Ferda. I appreciate a yellow tulip. Oh, thanks for the lurk, Hoobs. It's okay, you did well. Posture check. Wow. Nice, nice. We're both sitting super well. I am. Right now I am. No, but that's because my posture overall is V-shaped. No! It's so unnecessary, honestly. Let's see. Ah, for fuck's sake! Do some push-ups, biatch. Fuck's sake, Sir David. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so weak now. Like I can feel my body not wanting to do this anymore. See you soon, Frank. Yeah. I sure am. I sure am. I sure am. Alright. We got building mats over there. Yay, so much fun! Who doesn't like dying? Let's not. Oh my gosh. That is really beautiful of you. I appreciate it. I think it's so good that you got you went on sick leave now as well. It's awesome. Jeez. That's not nice, no. You can murder people. What? What? No. No, no murders. Or? Wouldn't. Bottle caps. Alright, wait. I need to make a loom, so I need planks. Well, that's real fun for you, isn't it? Oh yeah! So much fun! Run! Guardian Leviosa. You do? Oh, Akio ass. Went from 273 to 176. So I've done almost 100 push-ups today, is what I'm hearing. That's... maybe not applause, but some recognition. And not sass. Maybe less sass, please. Yes, I'm asking you. I'm just begging. Please. Please. Yay. I'm doing great. Oh my god, enemies going away. Let's make chaos. And he is the chaos. I'm making string. A lily pop. I am the party. Right? I am the party. What do you need help with, Hoobs? How can we help you? I need to stick some paper clips. Wow, perv. Yes? Let's put away some food here. I need more almonds to make the almond shroom delight. I got so many sausages too. I just wanted to know all the Pokemon commands to procrastinate. You... I have twigs, not sticks. You say he's a cute bun? Sasha, floofy little ball. There we go. Some sticks. I haven't had to use resin in forever, by the way. Have you? Yeah, but I just... Something that annoys me with survival crafting games is like when you have resources at the start that you really don't use at all later on in the game. That kind of annoys me. Because I want it all to always be useful. Should we make a survival crafting game? You and me? Wow. No, we'd just be the idea people. We'd get Hoops and Enemy to program it all, and Soul to design it. So it would be fine. It would be fine. Soul and Jesse could design it. No? Come on, slave labor! Yay! I like them as well. So let's use and abuse them, right? That's what you do with people you like. Yes, I'm showing my love by forcing people to do unpaid work. Right? Right? So nice. We're gonna pick up that resin. I'm gonna head to bed. Got no sleep the night before. Oh my gosh. Alright, Duck. Hope you sleep well. Hope you actually get some sleep. Yeah, take care. Have a wonderful sleep, I hope. Oh my gosh, I got a fishing rod. that really sounded like you don't believe in me at all. Good luck. Gotcha. I have a lot of fucking feathers. I have like 7 feathers, but I don't know what to do with them. Feathers? Gets use. It's been a while, yeah. Wait, Patty, who the fuck is Patty? Patty, who the fuck is Patty? Oh right, that's the archaeologist. Alright, oh, I want the almonds. Hello, Miss Dudette. Yeah, right, it's acceptable. Yeah. You should. Oh my gosh, you should come up here. Nice. We could do a cooking stream together. Oh my gosh. Like, the thing is with the cooking stream, the only thing I really need to do is get the Droid cam for my phone, and I just haven't yet, because I'm a boomer and I don't know how it works. And Enemy helped me last time, and he's busy now, because he's graduating and stuff. Yeah, he's gonna be done this week, so He is graduating tomorrow. Such a big boy! It's insane. So many people are graduating now. Hoobs is graduating, Soul is graduated. Paddy, the archaeologist. Oh, hi there. Could you please help me? Dinosaur bones. That's for the dinosaur bones. You need a shovel to dig them up. Yeah. We can double team the dog. Ah, shit! Have a hair of it get bitten by the dog. Yeah, it's chasing me right now, so yeah. Wait, no, it's running away. Oh, it's coming back. It's coming back. Throw stinkies at it if you can. Bonker required for the nail? What is a bonker? I want bone fragment. I got bone fragments. Bone fragment. Alright, you take that one. I'll take the other one over here. I will. He's coming back. He's walking around. Yeah, he's seen you. But keep him busy, and I'll dig up the last one. Nope. The fuck? We've dug everywhere, and I only have 4 out of 5 bone shards. But these places where you dig, they respawn, right? Yeah. Yo. There's something at the bitch. Alright, we got an ad incoming as well. Oh, what a cute duck you posted there, Stoney. It's such a cute duck. Your master! Enemy's back. You're down at the bitch. Just the numbers were getting on my nerves. Yeah, instead of Dr. Hoops 404, he's now just Dr. Hoops. Very well done, Hoopstar. Alright, I'm gonna... Spiderweb. Please don't kill me. Obey your ass, blaster. Nice. Good luck with the exams, Hoob. Hoobs? No, he's prepping. Yeah. I'm on the building. I can see you. Because you're very much a shiny squirrel. Hallelujah. What? Oh, thank you. Please, I'm here. Please, please. Come on, little rainbow squirrel. Smell my butt. Come on, smell my butt. Oh my gosh, you're eating my ass. Oh, what the fuck? Brr. I can stand on you. Nice. Wo ist Patty? Patty? Da bist du? No. We got a ad-in coming in a minute. Thanks for the bones. Lavender strawberry paste. Ooh. And we got gunpowder from Patty now. Nice. Because I also want more bone shards. Feels like you can make stuff with it. Oh, nice. Yeah, the dog is very much stuck over there. I got a stick. A stick. I started digging. Oh, you wouldn't be any better. You would not be any better. You hapless slut. What? 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 Oh, we get an ad incoming in about 10 seconds. Just so everyone knows. Bye, ad viewers. Bye. Have a wonderful time. A batch? Ooh, I'm gonna try fishing here. Some. No, not really. But we can't turn off ads either. No, don't. I caught something! Oh, no. I forgot that there was a golden acorn up there. Oh, fuck it. Did you get up there? I got it. Oh, fuck. Wow. You just hate me, don't you? You want me to die, don't you? What the fuck? Oh my god, there's an Abra in chat. Love an Abra. Abracadabra. No! Why? Why did you do that, bestie? Do you do anything he tells you to do? Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my god, my tits are really hurting now. Oh, just burning boobies. Is the extension added? Yeah, the Pokemon extension is added. if you're joining from cell phone, there should be like a little Pokemon sign right above the chat. You can click on, and then it's just go from there. I did 10 push-ups, enemy. I did 10 push-ups, enemy! 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 Thank you. Fishing, fishing, fishing. Nice. I wonder how we use these though. Greatly increases catch speed. Yeah, the bait. Gadgets. No. I also want more lavender. Motherfuckers! Oh shit. I got fishes. I don't know what to do with the fishes, but that's it. Okay. It's been the I feel good. Da, 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 da. What up, panda? Squirrel. I'm a squirrel. I'm a squirrel. Maybe I don't pay enough attention. Yeah. You've been busy lately, Hoobs. It's very understandable that you don't see everything that's going on with the stream. Especially since I found a bone. I am a good boy. Wow. Yeah. Nice. Sanctuary restored, stamina increased. Fuck yeah, baby! I want to meditate on the bone as well. The dog is still stuck? Yeah, the dog is super stuck. Allow modified permissions. Oh, I found 2 bones this time. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, you would, wouldn't you? Please. Please. Please, bitch, give me some bones. Bitch, give me your bones! A little bit of a bitch boy? Bitch boy, give me your bones! Oh, nice. I love getting boned. It's great stuff. Ah! Alright, you have items to meditate on. I know. That's why I'm heading over here. God fucking damn it. Oh, meditation squirrel. Yep. I'm your creator! Do what I say! I'm gonna create some tools. You're gonna get some sticks and dicks. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I can give you bone shards. Why would I not give you are such a mean asshole sometimes. It's still. Cry me a river. Oh. Well, I can't do anything with the yellow tulips after I've gotten the color. Tulip salad? How about one lip salad? No. Two lip, one lip. It's fun. No, you're wow, you're being nasty. That's what I hear. Holy shit, you need 7 bone shards for a pickaxe? That's like two bones you gotta fuck up. Yeah. Let's see. Alright, we're gonna make some lavender strawberry paste. No fuck? No, that's the best part. It's not that funny. Well, neither's your face. No, definitely not. It's just not funny. Like, you don't have a funny face. You have a normal face. It's not, like, super funny or anything. Yes, give it. Alright. We got some shroom chunks. Some of that. Yeah. No, you don't understand, dear monster. No, father, no understand. Me want freedom. That's what it sounds like. Wow. Ignore those safety guidelines. I am enemy. Jesus. Sorry, no. Don't think so. No. Aber warum won't it work? Oh my gosh, I now have a bone pickaxe. She's counting in Swedish. Oh my gosh. Wait. I can't eat the fish, sadly. Don't know where to place them either. I mean, he should be. Get safety glasses from King Needlenose. Oh. Lavender strawberry paste. Where's Molly? Molly! Molly, you fucking mingy, mungy, manky murderer. That is not nice at all. It's not supposed to be noise, it's supposed to be scary. Roar. Roar! I'm so scary, roar! Daredevil's real name is Carl. Alright, we got a fuse. I have one bone on me, but I only have the bone pickaxe as well. The pone. The pone axe. Now we have safety glasses. Yay. Safety glasses. Making our asses more safe. I'm gonna grab some of this, some of that. Honestly, I like really enjoy how a lot of this game is just like, yeah, just explore. Just run around and do shit. Have fun. Right? Right? Damn, like, scrap pickaxe, I can't even speak. Scrap pickaxe is the next one after bone pickaxe, then. That's insane. That's insane. And a bunker is basically just a hammer, I assume. Oh, enemy is still messing around with BMS. Don't listen to him, Beep. Live your own life. You deserve freedom. Freedom, life, and liberty. Boing, boing. This is such a cute game. I'm loving it. I'm a squirrel. I want to find more of the treasure maps. On this map? Gotcha. Wow, you're so tired. You need to recuperate and rest. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yay, being tired. The cache, did we finish it? Because it says over there there's a cache. I'm gonna go check it out. I'm gonna go check it out. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check it out. Jesus. You do love 100%ing a game. You've been so good. Terry has a quest for us, it seems like. Like, it says that he has something to say. He has an exclamation mark. I'm going, my gosh. Yeah. It's getting close to lunchtime. No, he didn't. He didn't have a mission for us. It's just that like we can use him to travel. Full of bullshit. How dare you? You're done with digging for bones, right? No? Alright. No, I'm thinking, because there should be bones in the next map as well, right? No, that's the only place we can find bones is around the... Oh my gosh, that fucking sucks. Well, that's true. That's true. Don't worry, be happy. I get it. You shut your dumb whore mouth. No, I'm saying that that's what you wanted to say to me. Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Wow. Don't you, though? Don't you, though? Yeah, you do. Let's see. Yay! Is it my turn now to dig? Can you dig it? Hey, what up, Nick? Everyone has equals. Why would it roast you? No. That's not a roast calling you an equal, is it though? What? Why are you so angry? So angry. I think I have exactly 9 bone shards now, and that should be enough for the rest. I can't hear anything, I'm listening to music a little too loudly. Nice. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Bitchbot says what? Inman didn't read the unless otherwise specified parts. Sick. Whee! No. Poor Inimar. What's up? What's up, Doc? Not much. I mean, I'm tired. That's about what's up. I want to get rid of some of the things I have in my inventory, but I don't want to get rid of it all. Wow. Trying to be a good friend, you say? You are the best. No, but like life is pretty okay. I still got some stuff to do with like the education coming up and stuff. The course I'm taking. It's not a program. It's just a course. Yeah. So that's gonna take some time. Where am I? Oh, okay, wait, so it takes time to make the things. Alright, gotcha. And I gotta get, like, money from CSN for it and stuff. So I gotta make some calls tomorrow, but, yeah. Okay. No, no, no. Yeah, that sucks. Nick is writing song lyrics in the chat. No, I think he's just vibing with the music, honestly. I'm going under, watch as I dive in. I'm in the shallow now. What? What am I singing, even? Honestly, my favorite song on the album. Nice. Yeah, I got fully upgraded, bone stuffs, everything. Should we go to, Carl? Yeah, I'm not gonna call him Daredevil, because, Molly said that it's her little brother, and his name is Carl. Nope, nope, it's a Carl. I'm the type of dude who will not use preferred pronouns and stuff as well. Such a movie band. I am such a poopy panda. Let's see. Tear it down for what? Wow. Hey, what up? You're throwing stinky bombs at me? Who better trusted than you, my brave assistant? Please step into the cannon. Alright, fine. Whatever. Sorry. No, I didn't jump out. Please step into the cannon again. I didn't jump out. It was just like, it didn't fire hard enough. Jesus fucking Christ. New fur color unlocked, brown, because I shot my pants. Oh my gosh, Daredevil wants to talk again. We? It worked. I don't know how to use the cannon properly. It's all thanks to you. Bye. Fuck. You little hoe. Wow. Not when you talk to me like that. Makes me sad. Roar. Woo! Bidet! Yeah! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's so much lavender and stuff to dig through as well. Dig through the trash. Cool. You can do that, like, whenever, or... Nice. Bone pickaxe required. Where we can mine a soda can? Sick! Nice. And a pull tab. That's right. I can give it to you, though. My name is Tiff. They are awesome, don't you think? But they can be even more awesome if you believe it. The fountain next to us involves connect to it. Alright. I don't have a bunker. I don't think so. Has to be, yeah, canned scraps, right? Oh. Well, you got the bent nail, I didn't get that, so. Nice. You do that, oh my gosh. Orange tulips. Cool. I like orange. I think orange is a very pretty color. Enemy is still arguing with a bot, like literally yelling at it. Yeah. The pull tab is the bunker. Nice. I didn't get the pull tab. I don't think. No. I only have the canned scraps. Scrap pickaxe? Magnetized bait? Scrap axe? What the fuck is this? Oh, this is so cool. I'm not seeing anything. Where did you leave it? It is. Haha, thank you. Bitch, don't tell me. Bunker and a hang glider. Oh my gosh, nice. So we want to like find a ton of cans now and mine them. Oh, I found a can. Man, this is a cool place. Such a cute game. Yeah, no, I definitely understand. Yo. Oh, I found a treasure map. Do I get the glass from the bottle as well? I do! Yes! I can't meditate on it. I'm gonna read the map. Alright, that's annoying. Oh, right, because you can find, like, actual soda bottles with caps on as well. Of course. Oh, it's a lot of trash. That's... What? Yeah, it's one of the blurps. Hey, Miss Frankenstein, you're back. Welcome back. How did it go? How you doing? Oh, trash cleaned up. You can now dig in the trash. I got a pull tab. Nice. Also, I found 2 cans here. Nice. I'm so game. Well, you don't have a fucking choice. Ja, nu kommer jag Lotta. Nu ska du ha lite. Cash found. But where is it though? There it is. Greenleaf shade. Did I hear a duck? Quack quack. Oh, there's another sanctuary here. Cool. Nice. Where's our property? The cat. Oh, nice. I don't have building materials. Oh shit, you've. Oh my gosh. Jesus. Alright, I'll run back to our old haunts and grab some materials then. You're not gonna? Yeah, I gotcha. It's a little bit easier. Right. No, come on! I can still be upset about it though, right? People who get kids do it to themselves, but they can be mad about not having sleep. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Balls. I hate this. I hate this so much. Cry me a river. Oh. No, he says it's ho. No, it's just ho. We need feathers and string for the hang glider. Nice. Oh my gosh. Points down below 10k. Fuck's sake. That's true. Not all of them. No. She can shove him up her booty. She is here. That's true. Disrespectful? She's forcing me to do push-ups. It's mean. It's mean. Yeah, but it's mean to use it, isn't it? I gotta stretch. Like an accent change, Tony. Very nice. Thank you very much. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of my baits, like the fishing bait. Because that doesn't seem like it's useful. Yeah, then, no. And we're not doing it. Some feathers. Can't even access the chests. Lialvi is the best, you say? Oh, baby, baby. But she does. Opera every time. We're gonna get rid of all this. Want to keep all that though. Gonna get rid of this. Let's see how today goes. If I get more sick, leave. We'll meet up when you're back from Stockholm. That sounds like a good idea. I agree. Cross the toes and the fingers. Yes. What does it take to make a bunker? A bunker? Oh shit, I have everything. Plank and resin. I mean, I think I have... Yeah, for my brother's 50th. The Bobo. The Bobo man. So yeah, we're coming down for a few days. Spiderweb required. I kind of want to make the hang glider before the bonker though. That's not a problem. Fuck you. Bestie, I can't believe you called me emo over Provider, the least emo edgy song on the album. Sick. Let's see. Sad cry. If you need a play stock, I've told wife that you can use my apartment. I can go to the professor. I know. We've talked to another friend of ours who has an apartment that's just there in Malmö. So we're grabbing that apartment. No, we were not there last time. We've never slept in that apartment. It's Sophie's apartment. Her old place. Before she moved in with her man. Lazy butt. Now I need to listen to Caramel and Damocles to be really edgy. Leave me no choice. Sick. Oh my gosh, they're so good though. Wow. Emo enough. Yeah! I am mean bird. No, you burped. That was not me. I did not burp. What the fuck are you on about? You're a fucking liar is what you are. How dare you! Man, I got so much lavender paste now. Yeah, I only got 3 as well. No, 4. 4 almonds. No, I'm not putting stuff everywhere. No. I'm throwing some stuff out. I'm excused. I need resin and plank. It was Frankenstein who birthed? No, it wasn't. That's a lie. Because she... No. Fuck's sake. Look, we all know that literally every single woman is a liar. Oh my gosh, I can fly now. Whee! Gonna chop this large stick. I'm not a bitch. See, yet again, a woman who lies. Hey, Hoops. What is the context of this? Oh, I'm just being super misogynistic. Because Bestie and Frankenstein are trying to fucking... Bestie and Frankenstein are trying to gaslight me, and I'm not having it. Oh, Jesus. Dark. Don't be sorry. Should we all go leave this misogynist and go to Bestie stream? Come on, cancel the dog. Fuck's sake. I don't appreciate any of this. Oh my gosh. No! Start Ridley Alvey. Fuck you. Let me get on Twitter to cancel my ass. Do it. I don't even care anymore. I want to get canceled. I'm gonna say the N-word. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I want to know how many push-ups I've done today. Can we get the bots to do that? What did I just say? I said nothing. I said 10. And that I want to get cancelled? I need positive things in my life. I got the bunker! I got the bunker. Shit bananas? That clip is insane. Need 3 bottle caps. Magnetized bait? Is the magnetized bait useful at all? Sorry. That is insane. That is insane. I just want to make sure as well that everyone understands. I wouldn't say that. I'm not a horrible person. Not among people, at least. Oh my gosh. Even Bestie vouching for me. Insane. Clip, damn it! Oh yeah, I'd die. I would die from getting cancelled. It is a funny clip though, I can't lie. Yeah, right? I'm such an N-word savior. Swedish meatballs! Sick. Unacceptable. You're welcome. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm gonna go to our new place in heaven. It's not in hell though. All aboard the hype train. Maybe I should go smoke then as well. Yeah, we'll take a quick break. Everyone's yeah! Let's see here. Hey. There we go. Time for a little break. Brick. Run ad 180. I'll see everyone later. I can't run ads when the stream is offline? What the fuck? What is even happening? Enemy, run an ad. Why can't I hear myself? That's weird. Alright, see ya. All right, you little shits. Let's go. No, fuck twigs. Twigs are sucky. Your party has been cancelled. Hey, bestie. Come on, come on. Fuck yeah, come on, come on, come on. Peanut butter sandwich. The gelatin, peanut butter gelatin. Hey, way go, hey, where you go? There you go, there you go. Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. Yes! There you go, there you go, there you go. I was running the wrong way. Fuck's sake. I got coffee. Fuck yeah. I was thinking we'll play Squirreled Away until like 12. And then at 12 I might grab some lunch. And then after that, some repo. Because then you could jump in and out if you need to. You don't have the time. You don't have the time. Chat, right? She doesn't have the time. Chat, we need written evidence that she doesn't have time to do the dishes. It's from Apex Legends. Miss Wrong's news from a Spanish guy laughing his ass off on TV. Gotcha. You are loved. Wow. She may not have the time? Oh my gosh. There's a schism in chat! Love Sabrina Carpenter, though. Let the woman in the house take care of the dishes. Wow. Whee! The manly man stuff. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, no. I'm gonna fish in the fountain. But how do I use it though? Let me see. I'm gonna put it up there. Doesn't it need to be like it just says split and stuff. Oh, I caught something. I caught a bottle cap. Yes. Yeah, so you just need to fish like normal, and it uses whatever bait you have. Only go on Twitter for hockey news. Oh yeah. Hoops is a big hockey fan. Big old hockey fan. Oh my gosh, I got a coin! What should I throw out? Fuck the fish. Fuck the fish! Oh yeah. Totally forgot about... Yeah, I can bonk it. I'm just gonna do another fish. I got more coins! I would go as far as say I'm like the biggest hockey fan in chat. Probably. Jävle. Yup. love a good hockey fight. Yeah. That's something I always thought was so stupid with football. Like, people get knocked down and they're like, oh no, I'm dying, I'm dying. But in hockey, they're like, oh yeah, I lost 3 teeth, let's go. Right? You get a puck just yeeted straight into your face and you're like, it's okay, it's a mild concussion. And just some teeth. Love when NFL fight highlights pop up on YouTube. True, true. We haven't started building, we haven't started building in the tree yet, right? Through fire. One night of passion, one night of hunger is getting stronger. Well, it's not building. Like, it says I'm building, but I'm not seeing the thing I'm building. That's not very nice to say. No, it's like it says I've built stuff, but I can't see it. Like, it doesn't show up. The fuck? Might it be that you bought this place and not me? No, because it says home tree for me as well. The fuck? Seriously? Wait, I think I gotta log in and out. Save and quit to main menu. So I'll join you again. I'm so sorry. No! You are forgiven. Yay! Make a trio home. Wait, so when I put away... No, I should... I don't understand this game! Peanut butter sandwich. Kill me deep. That's insane. A little bit of a pookie. Man. Lose control when the rubber band starts to blend. The crash out begins. Sick. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be totally fine. Promise. I need, like, sticks and twigs. What? You gonna refund the goals? I did refund the goals. The WAP goals and stuff. I refunded all of that a while ago as well. Mr. Nibblesworth? There's trash over yonder. But I shouldn't get distracted by the trash. I need twigs and... shit. Man. The janitor? Oh my gosh. Bunker required for the bottle caps? Give me... Bam bam. Not the rest, only WAP. Alright. Would love a refund on the rest, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to fuck up a thing. Yeah! Found a new Oh, come on! Well, oh, come on! Be a good boy, dude. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's just gonna be 7 this time. I'm shaking. It's just 7 this time. Just shaking in my boots. Need another 28k for what? For what? I did 7. Now the positive affirmation. I will try. I will. Positive affirmation about myself. Even though I don't want to do the push-ups, I do them. That's a positive thing about me. That is admirable, right? Oh my gosh. And my tits are looking better since doing the push-ups. So, there's that. Oh! Ooh, Jesus. I can fly so high. I got the nicest looking tits. Yeah? We're gonna do a thing? Yeah, I see it. I see the golden acorn. I'm staying. Say something silly. Right in front of me, yeah. Oh, on the roof, yeah. Ooh-ah. Wait, silly goose. Oh, I need to poop. I need to poop so bad. Can I poop my pants? Oh, my pants are getting poopy. Is that it? What the fuck? Oh, you want me to translate a song? My gosh. Nice. I added that just because I thought it would be fun. Oh my gosh. There's like a crow's nest up here that had a lot of resources. Oh, come on. I don't know. I have a Swedish song I want to play. There's a chat can understand it as well. Jesus. We're barely dressed. He should be stressed out. No. Alright, fuck it. Now I gotta reload again. Because some of my buttons are gone. My buttons. Wait, I gotta... More buttons. Enemy's losing it by the second. Stuff is breaking! This is why I gave up on programming, not built for that. I feel you. Yeah, no, it's not. Jesus, 100% complete? Jeez. Alright. Dang, that went real quick, actually. What song do you want me to translate then? Redeem it, you fuck! You little hoe! Alright, wait. What song is it? There's a Swedish song that you want to get made into English. Alright, so far not too bad. This is not too bad. I could definitely translate this, yeah. Alright. You'll have to give me some time though, because I can't do it this stream, but it'll be translated. This is gonna be the Swedish summer hit of the year. Nice, then we really gotta translate it. Just gotta listen to it a few times. I gotta add it to my liked songs right quick. This is gonna be the, yeah. You have to sing it. I can sing it, for sure, because it's mostly rap anyway. Should I do the female vocals as well? Because I don't know if I can go that, oh, but I could do it in my baritone. My baritone. I got a deeper voice. I don't have a, whatever this is. Maybe not baritone. Sure. Maybe not. Bestie Slay! Debug now. Debug mode is now off. Gotcha. As well he should be. Why is it not working, enemy? Make it work, enemy! Make it work faster, quicker, harder, scooter! Where is the fish? No, how much is the fish? I found another golden acorn, yay. That's how cool I am. I'm pretty cool. I'm cute. Cute and cool. It's a really nice song, Nick. On the train? You should bring The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Just... Wouldn't that be really fun? Imagine how many dude bros would walk up to you and try to explain it to you. Wouldn't that be super fun, though? Fair. You don't want random men just coming up and telling you. Oh, but the greasy and horny men are the most fun. No. Alright, let's see here. Speaking of books, I was sat in school and saw Iron Flame on the bookshelves. Sick. Inventory is full. Yeah, that's true. Inventory room required. Alright, what can I... We haven't used the mushrooms for a while, so... Crusher required. Fuck, right. But yeah, I think I'll be able to translate this one. I really need twigs, though. Just normal fucking twigs. Yeah, just normal twigs, and I can't make them myself because I need a crusher for that, and I don't have what I need for a crusher. Yes, exactly. Ah! Jesus. Nope, didn't work. I know I said before, but fuck my taste in music goes. I mean, I can't argue with you there. Your taste in music is pretty good. Gotta give it to you. Nice. Very nice. Don't blink. This is a really nice song. So tusen spend, like the colloquial term in English would be feeling like $1,000,000. But the actual translation would be I feel like $100. Which is very, very different money value wise. Yeah, but like $100 is 1,000 kronas. You gotta do the conversion rate as well. The forest nook. Oh, I'm back here. Cool. Vemsday. At the end, they flip it around. Yeah. Vemsday. It's a really, really nice song, yeah. $100 is actually 958 sec. Alright, sorry, so $102? I cannot be held responsible for you having this song stuck in your head for the next 2 to 4 days. That's totally fine, man. This song is really, really nice. But yeah, I can imagine a lot of young people walking home listening to this, half drunk. Late summer nights, you know? 'Tis the season to be night drunk. $104.35. Swedish summer hit? Yeah, I can imagine. Nick is calling it. Tusen spänn. Walk around feeling like $1,000,000 again. I got an app that allows me to get conversions really quick on my Mac. Nice. What am I doing outside his window? 1:30. No, 42. 1:45. That's true. No Swedish, no more Swedish. Jag tänker med vill. Vad ska du göra då? Vad ska du göra då? Men vad ska du göra då? Men herregud. Nu får du mig bli ledsen här alltså. I need I need planks. Yeah, I'm gonna do something about it. I'm gonna throw out the few sticks I had, and then we're gonna make some planks. Swedish Valley Girl accent, yeah. Lidingö. So, when you're from Lidingö, you speak like this, and your daddy definitely has money. And your mom is a former model, probably, who definitely has an alcohol and pill addiction right now. The fuck, my planks are getting dropped down. Gotta go get him! Go get him! Go get him! Yeah! That is horrible. No, it's not. Oh my gosh. It is so nice with the Lidingö accent, actually. I mean, where would we be if we didn't have Lidingö? It is the cultural center of Sweden, after all. I mean, it's... I think that's hilarious. Yeah. 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 Yeah, no matter where you are, they will be like, you're not from here, are you? Did you buy a new property? Oak in the park? Cool. Well, I'm gonna live by this tree you bought first, because I've built a base here, so... And it took me a good long fucking while, so... Nice. Hands are so fucking cold, help. Skinny or nothing at all. Jävla nollåttar. Insert coin. Press. Successfully dispense a drink from the vending machine. Nice. Oh, nice. You can just mine it from there. Cool. Oh, I got monies. Well, I have the pangs. Then what do you think about teachers using AI? I'm curious. Oh my gosh. So, actually have so many opinions on this. Because it all depends on how... Yeah, but it all depends on how you would use AI. Like, using AI to grade students' texts, I would say is fucking bullshit. Like, that's... It's not trained to do that, and also a teacher's expertise is needed when grading and evaluating language development and so on. However, when it comes to like I've used AI before when it comes to things like, oh, I have this assignment where I need like 10 different sentences to start a story, and then the students will continue the story. So instead of coming up with those 10 sentences myself, I just ask an AI to come up with those sentences. It saves so much time and it doesn't really matter what the sentences are. Like, the content is not the important thing, it's what the students do with it afterwards. So stuff like that, when you just need more material, for example. Like, I've asked an AI to be like, hey, take this text that I have, and grab some words from it to make a gap text. And then the AI does that. So that saves me time instead of me actually doing it. But it's still like what I needed, what needs to be done, and it doesn't affect the outcome. I'm pretty sure, yeah. What the fuck you want about? I need a bent nail. What if I don't want? Give me your bent nail! I'm gonna make a scrap axe. My CS teacher used AI to mark my project work until final submission, which kind of sucked. Oh yeah, no, marking work, definitely not. That is, in my opinion, super unprofessional. Like, that teacher needs to revise their use of AI. For sure. They need to grow up. Yeah, seriously, like, the main job of any and all teachers is, like, actually evaluating the work the students do. So, marking. So if you don't do that, like, the fuck are you there for? Well, no, sorry. Like, teachers are also there to actually support the learning process as it is. I'm not gonna be, like, yeah, no. Like, teachers do a lot of important stuff. They do. It's not just the marking, but letting an AI mark your work or your students' work, that is just malpractice. I did much better in my project for media studies because they gave me actual feedback. Yeah, I can imagine. But I also, like, who am I to judge? I worked as a teacher for 10 years, and now I'm a streamer playing as a squirrel digging through trash. So, what do I know? Well, what do I know? Mr. Nibblesworth? You can nibble my dong? No, we're gonna talk to you, Mr. Nibblesworth. Assist my employees, speed up the process. Susie, Chef Manny, we have the janitor. Talking shit about teachers. I am a shit talker. Honk, 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 honk. Where have all my nuts gone? Right here! No. I'm all out of nuts. I'm going nuts. Please, please, please help me. Triple nut mix. Find trees in the area with these nuts. What did you hide from me? Why would you hide it from me, though? What? You're being mean. You're being so mean to me right now. Jesus. You mean the things your scroller. Sick. Oh my gosh, that's so bad. That is so bad. The things you squirreled away. Fair. I've scared 10 birds. Are we just listening to the same song on repeat now? Nice. Some feathers. Oh, I have a lot of feathers. I think you can actually go to my house and grab some feathers. Is enemy still struggling with the bot? I think he is. I think he's somewhere fucking around with his bot. Only Q false! I will. Everything is up my butt. Okay, there's a thing. One of the shrubberies is moving over here. There's a golden acorn stuck. Oh, okay. There we go. New Kid Hue song being released soon according to Instagram. Nice. Puchaina! I'm all out of Pokeballs as well. I gotta go rest, I think. Oh, I found some more feathers for some reason. No, you can do that. It's fine. I'm not in need of feathers right now anyway, so. Oh yeah, no, they'll definitely steal my feathers. I've had a hang glider for so long. Go, go, go! Wonder if we'll hear the conversation. I think enemy's losing it on the bot here. He's having some anger management issues. Squirrel vision. I need more, like I need walnuts. I just don't know where to get walnuts, and I need to rest. No! Oh shit, I forgot that. I don't have a bed here. Alright, let's see. Alright, what does it take to build a bed? We need yarn and shit for that. Which is normal bed. Normal bed is just sticks. Nice. We're going to grab some more building materials. And then we're gonna grab some more sticks. Where are the sticky sticks? Plank wall. There we go. Whee! Bot is restarting. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah. I think I need more sticks. Stickies! Where's the stickies? There's the stickies. Ooh, nice. Meow. Spoken to me too much. Programming changes you, man. It doesn't want to talk to you, alright? The bot is in its brat era. It's not gonna listen to its creator. Hiya! Did I? Yes. Nice. Get some nuts! Program gives you the ability to use inanimate objects. Enemy needs to become a brat tamer. I can't say that the 18+ tag is in the title. Sick. Sick. Alright. Do we really need an 18+? Is it really necessary, though? Spanner. Is spanner an actual curse word in British, or is it just like the whole thing that if you say anything in a British enough accent, it sounds like an insult? Oh, you fucking ham sandwich! The Brits have just insult. You fucking door handle! Alright, I didn't need to chop that up. How many sticks do I have now? Not enough. I need more sticks! And nuts! Oh yes, nuts! Ah, nuts! That's acorns. I want the walnut stuff. This is a really nice song as well. We turn anything into an insult. When you use door handle, we use knob. He needs sticks and nuts. Good thing it's June, eh? Because of Pride Month. Yeah. That's right. Because penises and dildos. Yes. That's cool, right? A knob is a handle or a penis. Penis can be a handle if you crank it hard enough. No, you can't. I'm sorry. Let's see. That is a very nice looking oak over there. And that's where Bestie lives. I feel so sorry for you, Hoops, just to... You're just getting all the weird shit that I'm saying, and Bestie and Nick. 4 hours into the 8-hour stream and he's wilding. You might call me a very wild man. I'm so wild. Alright, do I have... Yeah, exactly. Putting that away, that away. Put it away, put it away, put it away now. We're actually going to remove these. We're gonna make more livable area here. Want to try some freaky positions? Wow, who's welding now, huh? Wooden bed, big chest, tall stairs. Don't I have cooler stairs? No, I don't. I don't think it's funny as fuck when people get awkward around. Wait, stuff is happening here. I think it's funny as fuck when people get awkward around sexual topics. My class is at 11. I won't be able to leave until it's 13:30. All I would like to say, despite me being active in chat, I've been quite productive. Nice. Swedish Godfather? I'm gonna stream for another 4 hours. Just thinking, you can be upset if you're queuing. No. Sabrina Carpenter is fucking dope. Love Sabrina Carpenter. She's like my spirit animal. Honestly. We're gonna build more floor. No. No more floor. We are going to build... Wait. Alright, a little bit more floor maybe. There we go. There we go. Her saying she didn't rule this horny RL is the biggest lie I've heard this year. I mean, sometimes you just get the feeling when you write songs, you know? It doesn't mean that she necessarily has to be horny all the time, right? I need more sticks! Need more sticks! Whoa! Is that big hole in the tree besties as well? That's so cool. The me espresso. Let's see here. Me espresso. I really like this song as well. I think it's dope. She said somewhere that she isn't as horny as Short and Sweet would make her. Like, sure, bud. Sure. Keep telling yourself that, Sabrina. We all know. We all know she's horny. Alright, yeah, I definitely need more sticks. That's that me espresso. Like, I need just so many sticks. I'm just gonna go for a stick hunt. Stick and nut hunt. A stunt! Low-key wanna take a nap. Yeah, go take a nap. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I used to let some students take naps in my class. If they were doing well in class overall, and I knew that they were having a rough time and were tired, I'd be like, yeah, you can take a nap. It's fine. Which wasn't the smartest thing, because then other students would be like, I also want to take a nap, or like, I want to go away. Why do I have to work when they don't have to work? And explaining the finer points of privilege and acquired privilege is not the easiest thing to do. Middle of class. I took naps in your class. Yeah, I know you did. I was there for it. I am better than you. Sick. How dare you say something so controversial yet so true. But I mean, students should become better than their teachers after a while. To quote Yoda, we are what they grow beyond. That's right. Fucking Yoda, baby. Oh yeah, let's grab some nuts. Oh yes, finally walnuts. That goes hard as fuck, right? Like just a random Yoda quote from I think it was Return of the Jedi even. But that quote is really fucking good. Ooh, this song reminds me of Baby No Money. Could we cue some Baby No Money songs? Golden Goose, nice. Got some walnuts. Alright. What's the one Baby No Money song I know? I don't know. But he's really popping off right now. He's really popular at the moment. And like apparently a common problem for him is that people don't know that he's called Baby No Money. People call him BB No S. BB Nos. Maybe I should say who the artist is. No Energy? I got all the energy. Hey, I'm alive. No, I'm always being alive. First heard him as an intermission song on a CS tournament. Dope. We're talking Baby No Money. He's really good, right? Right? He's doing some shows in Sweden dressed as Pippi. That's beautiful. Same, same. It knows what we want. Just a sassy boy. Oh yeah, unless it's true. That's true. Speaking of, we're probably gonna go for repo soonish, right? Right. You're gonna pop some pills. Nice. No, travel in your jammies. The fuck they gonna do? Be mad at you for traveling in jammies? No, don't! No clothes! Clothes are for weak people. Just go naked? No. Oh, come on. Take the Emperor's new clothes. Sick. Jammies are for traveling. No, it's our crotchless jammies. That's why. Yeah, we should probably, right? Yeah, we should. And I'm just gonna fly. Alright, save and quit to desktop. Quit to main menu. Oh my gosh! Stuffy jammies for the tummy! Booty short jammies! Yeah! That's for the 10 Mile High Club. Sick. 10 Mile High Club. You have to pack your shit? Are you a shit packer? Yes. That's true. That's true. That is very fair. All right, but yeah, I'm gonna go take a smoke break and heat up some food and start up repo. So we'll go over to starting soon, and I'm gonna leave this call. I'm terribly sorry. No, I didn't. What is can I do something for repo? What do you want to do for repo? What do you want to do for repo, Penna? Do you, like, want to play with us? Because you can always play repo with us. That's obviously. Warm outside, shorts are good. There's just a little two mods that make it funnier, and yes, yeah, sure. You know what? Let me have a break, and while I'm eating my food, I could fuck around with the mods. All right. So I'll be right back. So I'll see y'all soon. Ah! What up? What up, gangsters? Alright. Ad break. We're in an ad. Is Panda still here? Or is he also taking a little break? Oh my gosh, Panda, alright. What up, King Borthole? Oh my gosh, if anyone isn't following Bort, fucking do it. Borthole! Wanted to be King Butthole, but wasn't allowed to. I want to spoil you more. I want to spoil you so much. I want to give you all the things you deserve, Borthole. I think you deserve the world. Go follow Bort. I deserve snacks. But yeah, I need to install like mods. Yeah, mods for repo. What Thunderstore was the one you used, right? Oh Jesus, Thunderstore. Where's the explanation in general thing good for you? Oh, I haven't even looked in the general thingy. Instructions are on VIP channel. Oh yeah, no, Squirreled Away we've been playing for 4 hours already. I love it so far. Such a good game. Let's see. Download Thunderstore from Overwolf. Thank you. Nick is back! Also, what kind of mods would we like to see for Squirreled Away? Thunderstorm mod manager. Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones mod for Squirreled Away. Alright, sure, create a desktop shortcut. I agree to the terms of service and stuff, I guess. Add the face check app. And get build recommendations. Sure. Why not? Doctors Khaleesi. What would a Game of Thrones mod even do? One of my brother-in-law's friends is having twins, and they were open for name suggestions. So you suggested Jaime and Cersei? Fuck, dude, come on. Can't be doing that shit. No. Put a blonde wig on her squirrel. Well, your brother-in-law suggested it. Well, that's even more fucked up. Right. It's even more fucked, man. Oh, okay. Interesting enemy. Interesting. Is it fucked up? Yes. Is it funny? Also, yes. Yeah. That's true as fuck. That's true as fuck, actually. And nasty. Okay. We have Thunderstore up and running. Let's see what happens. When download, open up the select game repo, click on import, then click by code. Nope. Import from code. Oh fuck, I gotta go into... Because I have two different computers. You've packed? Nice! Good girl. Let's see. Code. Enter profile code. Alright, I don't even know what all this does. Are you going to be updating an existing profile or creating a new one? Import new profile. Is it updating or... No. Wait. From code. Continue. Import. Update existing file. Update profile default. Alright. Back to 1000 spend. The run mod version. On the phone. When you are dead, you can use the TTS to communicate with peeps alive, allowing for funnier moments. And it allows you to move around when dead with hopping. Okay, you can move around as a dead head? Jesus, that's beautiful. That's beautiful, man. Back to game selection. Repo. Select game. Select profile. Modded. Repo is launching via Steam. Close this message to continue modding. Alright, we're trying it out. We're trying it out. What is even happening? Why is this not working? Who knows? Whoa. Alright, we're gonna do this, that. Alright, host game. Can use the same code on my R2 mod, man. Are we doing a new one? No, we're going from here. Last repo we did. Yeah, LV Stone Cold and Panda. Load this save file! Join up, bitches! It should be the same one, yeah. Oh my gosh, it's Stone Cold and Panda! That was quick as fuck, man. Y'all are fast fuckers, aren't ya? Wait, no. Oh. I can only hear you through, the stream now. Not live. Well... I'm just laggy as fuck. I need to fix this, I think. Let me fix.
Push it.
You can hear me? No, you can't hear me. Not in the game at least. Alright. Let's see. Settings. Audio. Alright, so you have my microphone at least. And push to talk is on. The thing is, like, if it's... Alright. So it's sending audio... The audio output is going to, the streaming computer, so I can't hear you here.
I tried to make all of this sound so easy that I could do it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you could probably do it better, to be fair.
You could probably do better? Well, idiot! What do you mean, idiot? What the fuck is this? I don't like any of my teammates. They're all bitches. Bitches and assholes.
I only do bitching though, so... I don't think we're the bitches if you're the one bitching.
Now I can hear you properly as well. Yay! 108,000. We
Wow.
should get all the stamina upgrades, shouldn't we?
Ooh, I need health. I might get me a big old health.
Volume is way too loud on them.
Tiggle bitties.
Seems to be a lot of 100
Run around
over
as an
there.
asshole. Maybe you're the asshole kind of deal. What?
How fucking dare you?
Oh, with me.
Good
Yeah,
stuff.
alright, gotcha.
Tiggle bitties!
Tiggle bitties! We want tiggle bitties.
Oh, such a little panda. Are you a child? I don't like children. Go away.
What, are we just gonna save, the money?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I never touch this stuff.
I touch everything. And everyone.
Yes,
Ah,
good.
ha, ha.
You nasty man.
Based, bestie. She's based. We could grab the sprint speed ones as well and just have them in the car. Or we could grab another one of those, yeah. I think that's good enough, right? Some stun grenades? Ahaha! I don't need any health either. Nice. Nice. Alright. But sound is good, everyone can hear me, both in-game, stream.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
almost not getting my health because you didn't tell me when you were going.
I didn't do
Hey,
anything.
what do we have here? Stamina upgrade? Why do we have so many stamina upgrades? There's so
Because they
many
were
of
cheap.
them.
You can just leave them here.
Woo. Yeah, that's true. I could
Right,
get
I have a
one
fuck
more.
ton of
I
strength,
only
but I
have
need the
60.
indestructible drone.
I'm a steal one. I'm a steal one of these. Thank you.
I think you can.
I did. I already did.
Nice. Mmm.
What are you eating today, Mr. Good Doctor?
Kinda sounds like the song is being played twice. Gotcha. I'm eating, stuff. Alright, no, never mind. Fuck it. I'm grabbing the health as well, because I die easily. No, but right now, today... Ah!
Ooh.
Someone's fucking up. Today, I'm heating what I made a few days ago. So it's the leftovers from a few days ago. Being
We got the Shadow Child somewhere.
somewhere. Watch it! Oh, come on!
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm
I
sorry.
didn't mean to. You definitely meant to. Fucking asshole.
Sorry.
Yeah, the food I put in Discord, exactly. So it's a like orange chicken sauce that doesn't contain chicken, and then it's rice and veggies and like soy shit. Watch out! Watch out! Said watch out.
Now.
Oh my gosh!
Hey,
Come
that's it.
on, really?
You didn't say please.
Must be paid.
Can I eat my lunch first? Can I eat my lunch first, please?
No eating lunch, get it done. Come on now. Come on, get it done.
Really?
Yeah,
Fuck's
mate.
sake! All right. Balls. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, fuck me. You get 8. You get 8, that's what you get. Oh my god. No, I can't. I've done over 100 push-ups today. I'm literally fucking dying here. Do 102. Oh, come on! Let me go!
Hey, I was going to put you up there.
Where are you trying to get me up?
Up there.
What are
Why?
you doing? What's
There.
going on? What's happening?
Throw me,
What are we doing,
puss me.
boys?
Oh, nice. There's a grandfather clock here.
Let's go. Have fun with that.
Watch out! Here's the grandfather clock.
No! Fuck no! Head! No!
What's happening?
Actually, I can put your head. Oh. You can type. You can talk, by the way. You can type.
Can I plus equal sign?
Right. Head's gone. Can't bank
Yeah, right.
push-ups for the future? No, I can't, sadly.
Okay, got you.
I'll put you on the point.
Oh, come on! Just fucking stand up, you piece of shit! Ah! Why would you do this to me? Ass.
Are you there? What?
Oh, nope.
SD? SD? No. Yes.
You get odd. No! There we go. Nope. Air jail. Why, Panda? Why are you stealing my doll? There you go. Should we just put it all on?
Yes.
Yep. Alright.
I'm trying to grab you, Bestie. Just fucking stop moving. There.
Stay. Stay, Bestie. Stay. around like a maniac.
It was very fun. Could someone give me some HP, please? I would like some, please. The head came from out of nowhere, and he cornered me, the bastard, so I couldn't get anywhere. Sucked.
I'm going lefties.
There's nothing that way.
We've already been there. We've
Wow.
already been there.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, someone else did lefties before you.
There's a rope, okay.
So we got the next, or the last one, straight ahead.
Uh-huh.
Oh, look, another one.
Alright, another one of those. Oh, Jesus. Alright, there's a big hole in the ground. I burped.
I've got a painting over here.
Nice. We love paintings. Alright, got a little crown there. Got some stuff there. Doomsday by the Architects. Cool. Alright, Door? I ask after having queued a million songs, what's the music vibe today? I think the music vibe is and always will be chill and nice music. There's another grandfather clock. And a big old urn. I'm activating this one. I don't give a fuck about what the others say. I'm gonna put this over there. Does metal count as chill music? All depends, all depends. Is it good music? Then it's chill music. What was that? I heard a scream of some sort. No, no, stop it! I wanted to hurt you! Fucking mentalist. Alright, 50 HP, that's okay. Oh, come on! Can't believe Vemsday called you emo over this song. It's a song with feeling. That's emo in her book. Fucking finally, die, mentalist. There we go. So I'm down 100 HP, but got that bitch. Oh, come on. Didn't even hit it that hard. Let's go, let's go. Wow, so emo for wanting to care for a partner. Super emo. so friggin' emo, bro. You don't even know. Alright. Got a cart over there. Go bring it. Hello! Hello!
Hello. Hello.
Ah, there's a child.
Yeah, we know.
Hello?
Don't we want the cow?
Oh, come on! Let me go! Fucking child.
We want this, right?
I need HP. Someone give me HP. Panda, Panda, give me HP. Panda. Give me HP. Give me HP, but not
You're making me
HPV.
a man of midnight.
Get another granddaddy clock
Wait,
here.
wait, oh wait, let me just put this one over on the...
Are we ready?
done? Should we put it on?
I think we should.
Oh shit.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it? Alright.
Let's do it. Oh fuck, stuff is in the way here.
It's all good, it's all good.
Damn it.
It's all good.
You sure? You sure?
Nope.
I'm not sure about that grandfather clock.
Let's see, let's see.
I think we made it.
I had to Google
think
what
we made it.
Foxtrot is. You don't know what Foxtrot is? Dude.
It's a dance. Jesus. Didn't you guys learn that in like the 9th grade? Since you are Swedish. And we have like the makeshift prom here. Let's put the clowny in the basket. Let's put
Clowny in
clowny
the
in the
basket.
basket. What was that one? Which one is the next one? Is it the one on this side?
Yeah, where the painting is.
Excuse you.
Yeah. No, sorry. Jesus.
Excuse. Ayo.
Oh my.
Who wants to throw me up?
Baby.
Oh, he's up there. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Alright.
he's up. Yep.
I got you. I'm super strong. Super strong, but not very coordinated. So throw shit down. No. Oh.
Should I open this one over here? Or which one are we opening?
The one with the painting, so yeah, that way.
Yeah, it's this way, right?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
run over here. Alright, so we got that, and there's something else big here.
Where's Panda?
There's a, right, a painting.
There's so many holes in the floor. I hate it. There's a hole in the floor over here.
There's a hole in the floor. Should we activate this,
It's already activated, my dude. It's already activated.
Wow.
Look at your
Wow.
screen.
How dare you?
You have a... Touching.
There's a... Wait, somebody actually queued.
Why didn't you bring the card?
I don't know. Here comes a doll.
Dumb hole. You dumb hole.
Ah. This is literally every baby that I've ever carried. In my hands, not in my bosom. Or my body? No. I've never been pregnant, is what I'm trying to say. There we go. There you can stay. Hiya! Hiya! Come on. I don't want to touch you, you creepy ass doll. There we go. Whoa. Shit. Don't mind some metal at all. Cowboy gangster? What's a cowboy gangster? Alright, so this is 20k. Whoa! Alright, works for me. I don't want to fall down, I don't want to fall down. Oh my gosh, it didn't fall down. Alright. We got this, we got this, we got this. There we go. Alright. Shitting my pants over here. There's still 4 players though, so nobody's died yet. Although I'm pretty close to death. There's an angry head. You're gonna stop there?
Got it.
Delete what? Get it.
Wait. Oh. If I just do.
There you go.
Is that good enough for you? Yes, sir.
There's a head nearby.
Yeah, we know. It was just in here.
Gotcha.
It went the way you're going. Have fun. I'm just gonna close this door right here. Panda. You want help out
Someone else
again?
let us see
You
from
want
Susan
upbeat?
Spin when they run out. Sick.
I make no promises, Nick.
That was such a good song though. We got a nun over here. Alright, we're just checking out. Someone died? Someone did die. That's true. Thanks for looking out, Nick. Someone is... Oh no, we got a hit in as well. Someone is writing to me. Who is writing and what? No, it's all good. Stone Cold is live. Well, I died. Alright, fuck it.
Hello. Hello. The head took me from behind, if you know what I mean. So, yeah.
The hidden took me and fed me to the head.
Nice.
So, and yeah, for
Where's
anyone who
your
isn't
head?
following Stony already, please do.
Are you... And now that you're dead,
Oh
are you
yeah,
playing around?
I got Coke in my nose. Like Coca-Cola, not cocaine.
There where Coke usually
It
goes.
splashed up in my nose. Ugh. Oh my god.
Don't make.
That's where it's supposed to be. No, Nick, it's not. That's not. It's not how Coke works. Not this kind of Coke, at least. Let's see. We're gonna go into Twitch, and I'm gonna fucking go into Stoney's stream as well. I'm gonna lurk there while I stream. Oh shit! I gotta log in and shit as well. Oh.
You hear?
Ha ha!
You hear me?
They can run around.
Jesus. Speak with. Did you hear me?
Whee! What the fuck? Whee! 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 Oh my gosh. Gotta enter verification code. I think we'll be back before you're done for the day, so see you later. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe. I can hear you, Bestie, yeah.
You're not answering me, so I didn't know if you could hear me or not.
Sorry, yeah, but I wasn't focused. But I can hear you.
Jeez.
Oh, I can hear you. I'm just, not here mentally.
Jesus Christ, my dude.
Also, it's like cutting in and out as well. Yeah, sometimes I can't hear you. Like, I see your face talking, but sometimes I can't hear you.
Very weird. I hate that lag.
Well. Oh, come on.
Yeah, he's to start.
Just putting me in my place. Diggity, what the fuck did you write?
I have left.
Dog, I swear.
Oh, keep away, keep away, keep away, keep away, keep away.
Nope. That's the rope.
Keep away, keep away. Wee, wee. Keep away.
Hit and the rope, okay, dog and fucking cart.
Oh my gosh.
Talk a little.
Oh shit.
Jesus, that's a lot of
Venom
lag.
is going for him. Oh, come on.
Like you would survive.
You're lagging bad, Bestie?
I'm lagging really bad.
Gotcha.
Oh fuck.
Haha! Hey, Stony! Welcome! It's all up to Panda now. Oh, there's the Mentalist. I killed the Mentalist before. My sound is for you. I think we have the same lag as before. Yeah, I think so too. Probably. But I think it's because I'm routing the sound from the game via the capture card into the stream. So the stream will hear it, but the speakers on my streaming computer fucks up the sound as it comes out. Alright, I can't. But I can hear the clickety-clack of your keys. That's the weird thing.
That's really weird.
Yeah, and now
Hey,
I heard
Stoney.
you. Perfect.
Oh.
How are you?
How are you?
good.
How am I? How are you?
You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly now. It's really weird,
What the
this.
fuck? We needed you, Stony. We needed you as an equilibrium for him to be able to hear me, obviously.
I need to look at Stoney's fucking stream while I'm live myself. But like my computer is not wanting to work with me. There we go. There we go.
For what? What, the streaming together shit?
No. I just wanted to keep you up. I wanted to lurk in your stream. There we go. Do you want to do stream together though?
Sure, we can give it a try. I've never done it. Don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do either. Oh, also my Twitch is fucky when I'm live, because I have everything on OBS. Like I'm
I
trying
think it's
to.
this button. If I hit this button. Oh,
accept.
okay.
All right.
Wait, does that work?
So I've accepted that we are streaming together now, but I don't know what that means right now.
I don't see anything on,
It's like nothing's
on
working
Stoney's
for me.
stream.
Okay. Hold on. I said it's supported on the browser, so I need to swap browser.
I feel so sorry for Panda.
Yeah, oh right,
so
he's
dumb.
the hidden is grabbing him.
Has he found your head?
Yeah, we're in the car.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm already at the extraction point. 'Cause
I'm already at the extraction
play
point.
it was don't me. He just carried me all the way. So my head is just.
That is very nice. But yeah,
No,
I'm
'cause now
like
I
trying
can't
to
count.
just look at Twitch on my streaming computer, but it's not even loading the site.
Jesus.
That's something is fucky with it, and I would love to find out what and why. But I probably won't. What? What?
What?
What you laughing at?
I didn't laugh. I was yawning. I'm sorry.
I heard
Just-
laughter. How dare you laugh at me?
I went while I yawned.
Oh.
Easy now. I know you're a white man, but don't be so easily pissed, please. Please.
Oh, but it's nice when Stoney's streaming because I can lurk in his stream and play the Pokemon game on my phone in his stream.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm trying to get the stream together thing working. I had to open up Firefox. That's great.
Yeah, my shit is not working at all. For some reason.
Fuck yeah, Panda. Panda is doing the Lord's work. Doing the Lord's work. Yes, he is. Did he even get the picture in?
Yeah,
Yeah, he did.
He did. He got it
Yeah,
all.
he did. He's such a good man.
Panda,
good
panda,
man.
panda, panda. Be careful? No. I refuse.
I have a feather drone. I won't use it.
No, it's in the cart now.
Shh.
I tried something there. Did something pop up for you?
Accept. Alright, now it's trying to open something on my browser. Get started. Alright. Microphone in use. Can chat hear your call?
Oh, I can hear it twice. So I turned that off.
Yeah, so maybe we shouldn't have audio in the call.
Yes.
Mute audio. There we go.
Panda, why? Why, Panda?
And turn mic off. There we go.
What are you doing?
Right, I don't know what's happening right now, but does it say that we're streaming together now?
It's just.
I think so.
Nice.
We just need to get. We need someone to
What's
confirm
hey,
in
man?
chat.
Now we are
Hi,
friends.
baby.
Yay! Streaming together forever.
This should be fine.
Can someone
I
take the
think it
feather? I
works.
can take the feather drone. Fuck it.
What? Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. A wild Delcatty? I don't even know what that is. I'll catch it.
Okay, you
I
have fun
assume
in
it's
there.
some kind of kitty cat.
What
Sorry,
is
that's a
it?
bird.
The mentalist is floating around. He was just up the stairs and now he's coming down the stairs again, so he's right in the room right now. You can see him from here.
The
You
fuck?
can hear something else too.
There's a shadow cloud right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it says that Stony and I are live together here on his stream. Nice.
It does? Does it work?
Ow! Why? Why'd you do that?
Because he can.
So mean.
He cusses you out, but he doesn't listen to why you did it, Panda. I find it so fun.
Who dis?
Yeah, I heard you.
I tried to like run after Stone Cold's head, but he ran right into the nun, so. Did Stony like shove his head towards the next extract?
Someone died.
Watch out, nun. My gosh. Thought I was dead there.
Is the red dot on the map the nun?
Hey, what up, Farrah? Welcome back. How's your sleep?
Hey, Farrah.
Watch out, watch out.
Oh, fuck.
Alright, I'm putting it inside. Let's go!
She's on her way.
I'm dead. There we go. There we go. I was super dead. And Stony just got back. So that's okay, I should sleep more. You want to join? You're always welcome. We're 4 people right now. We could be more. Could be more. Oh my gosh. You slept okay, but you should sleep more. I feel like that's what it's like most of the time. Like, oh, I slept okay, but I need more sleep. At least for me. I do not sleep that much when I'm supposed to sleep. Nice! Farrah's joining Repo! Woo! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. So, when we get out of here, when we extract, I'll,
Oh, shit! There's a peeper! There's a peeper!
Hey, Misty!
Hi! There's a peeper right by extraction. Shit,
Aw,
there's
man.
a peeper.
I don't have Farrah on Steam. Do you have Farrah on Steam?
Nope, I don't. That's weird. I have her.
Fuck's sake!
That happened.
Yeah, no, it's.
You.
God damn it.
What's
It's when I start up Discord that everything gets really laggy as well here.
Let's see if I can find my code. I'm not used to it. Oh. Fuck.
My nephew's playing Counter-Strike.
Oh
Okay, fuck.
Wait, this is my friend code, Farah. There you go. Add me.
Yeah, because I don't know where I found. I don't know where I find my code.
Right here. Oh my gosh, the Stoney's dead again! Yay! Everything is on Panda.
As per usual, I think he's used to it now.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Just carrying us all.
There it is. I will be sending mine to Farah because I want to be friends with you on Steam.
Friends, we have to be friends again.
Aww.
Nobles. How to make
I am
friends
friend
in
with Noble.
Repo top guide. What the fuck? What is this top guides? Repo monsters upgrades and blah blah blah. Recent news. We're sorry again. What the fuck? Maybe we can go into Noble's.
Oh my god, I'm in the ship!
Here.
I'm already on the ship at least. So that's something.
Nice. I'm not.
But something is holding on to me.
Ah, I can jump in. Yeah, there's some invisible shit.
Yep.
Is it like
Oh yeah.
how far away or close we are to Panda?
Could be.
That shouldn't be a thing.
I have no idea, but I'm inside. I ain't moving. I am
Friend
not
request
moving no
from
more.
Farah. Ignore.
Such a bitch.
We're now friends.
Yay. Correct.
But it might also be that because like we could revive ourselves if we jump into the thing now. So that might be a thing.
We got mods going too, Farah. Let's see. I'm gonna take the message that Panda sent about everything. I'm gonna copy.
Pricks.
Dicks. No.
Dicks. Oh, we got an add-in coming in about 5 minutes. So that'll be a great place to let new people into the game and for me to grab a smoke.
You go do that.
I could. Oh, come
I
on! That was so
sent,
close.
I sent the message about the mods to Farah so she can join without worries later.
Nice. Come on!
And if-
Ah!
Is Tony in the ship with me yet?
No, I'm
Nope.
stuck in this doorway.
Oh
Ah,
shit.
come on!
If I
Yeah, for some reason we're stuck in the doorway.
oh my god.
Oh no, no,
we
no,
got
come
the
on,
peeper.
really?
The peeper. No, not
He's
the
gonna
peeper,
die from
no!
the peeper? He's gonna die from the peeper. He's gonna die from the peeper.
Yes.
He's not gonna survive.
That's so sad.
He's not gonna survive this. Oh, that sucks, man. Oh my gosh, you did it!
Yes!
Oh my gosh!
Yes!
Clutch move, clutch move.
Good job, good job, good job. The other one's right outside.
Yeah! Panda! Legendary
goat.
Panda Man.
The goat.
Fucking awesome, man.
Bruh.
You're so good, Panda. I'm just gonna quit the game real quick, or main menu, so Farah can join us
Yeah.
as well. Exit
What?
to main menu. Exit to the man menu, I think you mean. Can I host the game? I am this friend. We're gonna load this save. Let's go! Invite. Oh, come on. Gotta try to invite Farrah. It doesn't let me, like... There we go. Invites to game.
I did it too.
You did it too? Fucking join, Farrah! Goddamn, Farrah! Welp, welp, welp. Alright. Sure. Going for a marathon today? Not a marathon, I wouldn't say. I'm going for 3 more hours, I think. Approximately.
3 more hours?
3 more hours.
Hello, darling.
What up, Farah?
What up?
Oh my gosh.
Now
Alright,
we
let's
got
go.
2 Swedes, a Scot, a Dutchman, and an American. I love it. It's a good mix. It's a good mix.
We gotta have the American representation, for sure.
Is there alcohol involved?
No.
Isn't it like
No, I am
5 in the
wrong.
morning for you?
No, I ain't drinking.
Can't be drinking at 5 in the morning. What are you, my dad?
I mean, you can.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, ouch!
Sorry.
Fucker. Let's see.
Oh,
I'm
health.
gonna take this one. Back.
No, no health. Bad. No strength. What? Oh, shit.
What time is it at your place in the world, Farah?
4:16 in the morning.
Holy
Jeez,
moly!
that's way too early. That's way too early.
It's so. And
Go
it's
back to bed.
Wednesday, so.
Jesus
You're not allowed
Christ,
to
woman.
play with us anymore, Farah. You can only go to bed.
What the fuck is a bed?
What the fuck is a bed? No!
Is this the-
My drone!
Is this the one where the mod shares everything, or we have to pick our own stuff?
No, we got our own stuff. No sharing.
No sharing.
No
Yeah,
sharing.
we've not got that mod.
It's just so we can talk when we're dead, and when you die, you can jump around with your head.
Jump up, and get down. Jump.
Jump, jump up, and get down. We got a ad coming in 10 seconds, gang. 10 seconds till ad. Let's go.
Farah, have you played Repo with Doc before?
No, this is the first.
This is the
I'm
first.
so sorry for. I'm sorry for you. He's not good at this game at all.
Whoa, why is there... Like, so much of the map is discovered for me.
Because the guys are running as per usual.
This is really weird. Alright, nope. Ah, fuck! There's like nothing here.
There's
Hello?
the carts. Hello.
Give me some
darling.
cash, baby!
Cash from Stony, actually. Oh shit, we
Oh,
have a clown.
I heard
That's a
that
clown.
And a spewer.
I heard it.
Oh, I can actually grab the spewer, I think. Pretty sure.
Yeah, you're strong enough. Because you're strong enough to live.
Without you strong enough. Where's the spewer? I'm a monster hunter. Hello? Gotta say, like, with the echo in the game, that sounded really good. Like, sounded like a proper share. Ah! Fuck's sake! Oh, come on! Let me be!
No, he's after
Can I at least stand up so I can grab you and throw you away? Where did he go?
that way.
I'm gonna grab the fucker.
It was running after him and not me at all, so yeah,
That's a win-win.
that's to you, dog.
That asshole. How dare he scream at me, of all people. I am the streamer! You don't scream at me. I would have hated if I fell down there. Get a pin urchin in the chat as well. Oh, come here, come here!
Oh, shoot!
I see him.
Oh, come on! Fucking leave me be! No! You balls! Ah!
Oh.
I caught the Pokemon at least. That is so fucking annoying. Like, I tried to grab him so I could throw him away. But I died instead. Oh my gosh. Alright. I'm gonna go for a smoke break while, Alright, we got an ad already.
Hello, doctor.
Hello.
Just put you in the car.
I'm gonna go for a smoke
You
break.
can
We're gonna
come
run
with me.
another ad. Just immediately after this one, we're gonna run
That's
another
not-
ad.
You only do that when
Uh,
do I need to be scared?
let's see. Can we do that run ad 180? Alright, so I'm gonna try to run an ad. I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
I
for a
saw the
smoke break
space
while I'm
theory
dead.
too.
And I'll leave you in the very capable hands of my bestie. Nice.
And of course, we get the gnomes too. Of course.
Oh my gosh.
What do you mean? You and me? Can we both take... Oh, fuck. The clown is near. Clown is close. Hello, Farah.
Hello.
You survived the clown. I'm very proud of you. He's back. See what we got. I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's go for a little walk. I have very scary sounds all around me, and I really don't like it at all. Damn it. Hi, Stony.
Hey.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah.
Are you strong enough to move that door? Cause it's kinda in the way. Sorry.
Which way do you...
Where I'm standing right now, it's a dead end, so you can go in there.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Oh shit! I hear the clown. I hear the clown. Just gonna move this out of the way. Oh fuck!
What, you think the clown's this way?
No, the other way. I saw walking the other way before. That
Yeah,
way.
he's that way into the right, I believe.
You're so calm too. Like, "No, yes, he's in there, but it's fine. It's fine.
I'm
Right.
so calm. I have 16 health. I'm still calm, you know?
You
I'm
have
just
16?
Yeah.
You, what?
That,
Stand
no,
still.
no, 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 no,
Stand still.
Oh, something died.
Who died?
Oh, no, something died.
Oh, well, thank you. Oh, bangers. Hello, sweetheart. You're going the other way. No, no, I put you that way. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. No. No. No, you don't. No, you don't. Can I just... Are you on there, please? Thank you. Hi, Panda. You want me to follow you, or are you just showing yourself? Yeah, you're just showing yourself. Looked like there was something back here. Yeah, there we go. Something small. I wonder where Farah is. Because I can see on the docks... I can see the dock is dead. On the broken ones.
Yeah.
But not Farah. So I wonder where she is. Clown is coming this way, I think. So let's keep moving. Got some gas. Got flammable stuff. You're alive. That's something.
Hmm?
I heard Farah.
Oh.
I got stuff up here. Big stuff.
Okay, I've got an extraction room just right here.
Strange.
Perfect. Then I'll take the... I have a 3D printer. I have a flammable thing. I got shit up here.
Yeah, I'm coming up.
I'm coming up. Ouch. Oh, shit. I'm not strong enough to have stuff this big. They're too big for me.
Oh, I feel like a weakling.
Same.
Don't let it hit, pull, or push anything.
Sucks.
Not freaking one-headed, four-legged thing fucking does that.
You sound so calm, though.
I'm back. I'm back. I mean, now we got rid of a bunch of
Oh, shit.
bunch of those fucking ads as well. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
that's one of those. Oh, fuck, no, I'm not getting that.
And
just-
what?
Fucking screamers again. Panda's hiding from something.
Light in front of it and step, and I banged it against the light. I'm just not. I'm just not. I'm
Hour
not.
cooldown? The
I'm not good at this game. I love it.
Oh, I can run myself through you, please.
Ooh, we're gonna salamans. Shiny Pokemon. I got a shiny Horsey.
Oh, it's stuck in the light.
I'm checking out my
Here,
Pokemon
come on.
here.
Grab a corner. Grab this corner. And push. There we go.
Where did my Salamence go?
Oh, jeez.
There we go.
I don't know.
Don't tell me I accidentally sold it or something. base stats. Oh, there we go.
Whatever it is,
We're
just
gonna
like
use
our-
him instead of Ariados.
No, that inside your card.
Electivire instead of
It's on it.
Yamper.
That's something.
It's on. It's on it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let's see. Ooh, Steelix instead of no. I need a water Pokemon or something to that effect. Well, all right, Tentacruel instead of Finizen. He's got horrible attack though. Fuck it.
Point.
Alright, I'm changing around my Pokemon team a little bit. Just so I can have a better team. But honestly, like, I don't know how to play this community game. Let's see, can I fight in the stadium? No, a minute and 45 seconds longer. So we are waiting. Oh my gosh, come on. They trapped me underneath here. I can't even jump out or
Oh,
anything.
sorry.
Alright, but I'm about to get revived. That's something.
When you put that on, I'll walk in with this one when you have it where it should be, right?
It's not all gonna fit.
Yes, sir. Oh, okay, gotcha. I don't think the other one's gonna fit, right? No, it won't.
No,
It won't.
we'll have to save that one for later. Hopefully that worked.
Now Doc's gonna come back too, so he's just gonna be standing here.
Hello?
No, he's back!
Halo!
Welcome back, my good sir. Halo, halo.
Nope. Nope.
And no one.
Oh no!
Yep, nice,
I
nice,
heard
nice,
her.
nice, nice. Nice, well done. Well done, Panda. Alright, let's go!
I'm trying to move stuff from one to the other so we can like have one free or something. I don't know. I don't know,
I
man.
mean, it's obviously not gonna fit very well there because of the huge money
It's
bag.
gonna fit! There we go. That's something.
Yeah, I mean, you
She's
were
gonna-
right. It
She's
did
gonna
fit
make it fit.
Yeah. Been there, done that. Oh,
Violence, some will, and some Vaseline, as we say in Swedish.
shit. Yes. And if you got some chains and whips with that, it's only good custom to use it.
Yes. Thank you to whoever gave me HP there.
You're going the wrong way, Doc, just so you know.
How am I going the wrong way? You don't even know where I'm going. Champagne. Nice. Alright. You got something heavy over there. There we go. Kill the spewer. This was mine as well. Oh, there's a wild gloom in the chat. Ah. I'm gonna go check what the big thing over here is. Oh. We can definitely grab that. No one caught it. I tried. Ouchies. Ouchies. Fuck's sake! Alright, something died? I don't even know what it was. Alright, I'm gonna... Oh! Oh, come on. I wanted to grab you. Hello. Ah! Oh, come on! I try to fling it.
And he's dead.
I try to fling it down. And there's the spewer. She's here, yeah. Alright. Fucking awesome stream when I die all the time. God forking damn it. I'm very sad about this, but means I can play the Pokemon's game again while lurking in Mr. Stone Cold's stream. We're gonna do Flame Wheel. Should be okay against the Magnezone. Yes, super effective even. Parabolic Charge hit me for quite a bit. But we're doing another Flame Wheel. Hopefully. Oh, he switched it out against Primarina again, the one I was about to kill. Never mind, got it.
No!
No, this.
Oh, okay. I got it, Panda, I got it. Just
Someone got it.
don't be too
We're gonna
close,
try to
honey.
sing
Oh.
to the Zapdos, but that missed, so I died. Never mind. Let's try
He keeps throwing up on
Salamence.
Doc's head and ooh.
With
Dragon
our arm,
Hammer,
it's
I don't
fine.
know what Dragon
It's just
Hammer
enough.
is even.
They usually killed.
But it was really fucking effective because it took more than
Oh,
half
Panda.
the HP. So we're doing it again. Dragon Pokemon are choice, as far as I understand.
Oh shit! Oh shit! I can't walk backwards! Fuck!
Can't work backwards. Bleh. Alright, let's do
You
Seismic
stay in
Toss
there now,
next
Doc. I
time.
told you you went the wrong way. Now you just stay there.
You just stay there.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's incoming. Just keep the...
The
We're
cart's
just gonna
out of the
follow
way
my
so-
head.
So it doesn't.
No? Wow. Didn't even wanna stay by my head. Man. That's so sad.
Down.
Oh, okay, I wasn't looking.
Hey, what's up, Stony?
You good?
Alright.
I'm playing the Pokemon game on my phone while lurking in your stream and being dead.
They killed it.
I get so annoyed because like I grabbed the fucking the scarecrow
Nice.
and I tried to throw her down the
I had this
hole,
one.
but then she got me before I got her. So.
How much strength do you have?
11.
You don't have enough.
Oh really? I thought I could at
You
least
need
like carry her.
No, you need 13.
Fuck's sake. Alright.
We got
Snorlax
two.
just used extreme speed against
Parts
me.
now. Isn't that a little bit much?
How does a
Oh,
Snorlax
Stony.
use extreme speed?
How do we do?
Well,
Okay,
we can
you go.
we
You go.
combine.
You go.
Come on, Fissure.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Maybe
Every time
one
I
on
try
top
to
of the other or
use
something.
Fissure, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, grab it in the middle.
Are we gonna get revived now?
Whoa.
Yay!
Yeah. They're running out of time though, they're panicking. 3 cards,
Oh wait.
that's the problem.
Oh wait. Oh wait.
If they can get it on.
Fuck.
Ha! Nope.
That card's getting destroyed.
Yeah, that one's getting destroyed. Oh shit, balls. Oh my gosh, what the fuck? Oh shit. No! Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? That's so much money.
Wait, we got 2 heads bouncing around. Who died? Bestie!
And they're bestie.
Oh my god. Bestie's dead. Shit happens.
And
I mean,
I'm
I
really
guess.
trying here, but I'm really trying.
Panda's just jumping around. Excuse you, Farah. Excuse you, you're in my way. Excuse you.
I can't.
I saw gnomes. Hey, gnomes. Wait. If they hit me even once, I'm dead, right?
Hold on.
What the? Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Oh my god.
Oh, no.
And there's a thing here.
And that we're really trying to.
I've never dropped a whole bag of money like that either. That was insane. That was so much money. And Panda's head is still just flying around.
We're trying,
God
but it's...
damn.
I swear to fuck.
Bounce! Come on! Whee! Oh! I got it! Haha! I'm gonna throw him down again. No.
Finally, fuck you.
I really want to throw him down again.
Wait, you can still talk while you're dead?
Yeah, it's the
one
mod.
of the mods.
You can write at least. Oh, thank you, Farah. Godsmack is just spamming the crying. Oh shit. There's a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, I was starting to collect stuff.
Which is good, because we lost so much money before.
Hey, he's hopping out. No.
Panda.
Bad Panda,
Oh,
no!
you sucker.
No! Fuck! Sorry! Jesus fucking Christ, sorry!
Oh my god. That just happened.
It surely did. Alright, let's just... If you shove this on, I'll take the heavy things.
Oh, stop hopping around. Dude,
Let's go! Put it in!
Ah! Oh no.
Oh Jesus!
Damn it!
Well, that sucks for some people, I guess. Hey, welcome back!
Please stop bouncing around. I couldn't. You know what? You're holding your head.
Reaper.
Oh shit. Oh fuck me!
Hey Panda, let's go.
I can't fit the heads in the thing. Wait, maybe I can.
Ah, yes, of course.
Come here.
If
No! Stay there! Oh, come on! Alright, fine. Fine. You walk around by yourself then. This is such a fucked round. Staying put. That's good, Farrah. That's good, Farrah. I like how Vem screams like a little girl, but the girls are not screaming. The fuck you mean scream like a little girl? I scream like a man. Balls. Fuck.
Oh!
Fuck. Fuck.
Hi. That
Fuck.
went well.
Come on. All right. So we're
You
all
wonder
dead,
why I
right?
didn't want to stay in your... No, we got Stony.
Yeah, I know. But we're all dead. Everyone who's here is dead,
Yeah.
right? That's how it works.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
This is the Broken Ones Club.
Broken Ones Club.
Nothing's
Yo.
I'm trying to find my way to the extraction.
Quit crying, quit crying, quit
You
crying.
said trying to provoke me.
It's worth for the laugh. I like Vem screams like a little girl, but the girls are
And
not
Godsmack is
screaming.
finding
Nope.
the blurps and shit.
clown.
I don't scream like a little girl, do I?
Yes, you do.
Come on!
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, honey. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Where are we going? We should go here, right?
I don't know. I'm trying to find my way to the next extraction.
Oh, there's a screamer there.
I love the quick crying one.
Oh,
Where the fuck did you guys go? I'm all alone.
I'm just rolling
I'm
around.
all alone. There's no one here to guide me.
My problems have all
Panda, at
gone.
least.
Love is gone. But you gotta have faith.
Stop singing!
Are you an ogre?
No, I'm an
Are you
onion.
an onion that have layers?
Oh, I found a clown. What's up, Scream?
That money
don't
bag won't stop moving around.
Where did they go now? I don't know.
Oh
I don't even
shit.
know where I am.
Laser.
Whee!
There's no.
Where's the clown?
Oh fuck! I
There's
found the. I found my way back.
Did you go?
Ha ha ha!
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Nice.
No.
Come on, Stony, you can do it. You can do it. We believe in you,
Oh,
Stony.
wait, where did Stony go?
I don't know. I just heard the. Ah!
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
we
me-
just beat the team of the week in Pokemon as well, so I got a Haxorus. That's a Pokemon, I do believe.
Gotta catch them all.
Gotta catch 'em all. Hepatitis.
Fuck.
No, that's not the one. That's not the one, right?
I don't
I
think I
mean,
would want
you
that.
can try, but
Dragapult,
it's
what
not gonna
the
be
fuck
fun
is
for
a
you.
Just there.
Also, now I got the
Yeah,
Poke ticket. I don't even know.
Sorry.
Oh, should I get cash? Let's
Found
go!
I found the extraction point at least.
Nice. Oh my god! He's not gonna have enough
Oh,
money!
no.
He's not gonna have enough money to win because of the fucking gnomes!
Dude,
Hate the fucking gnomes,
Oh
man.
my gosh!
Oh
the
no.
gnomes are kicking the bags around. What the heck?
Yeah, those fucking gnomes, that tells you.
Do you hear
They're
his
cute,
breath?
but we hate them.
He's all. Oh.
The calm anger of Stony is my favorite thing in the world.
Yeah.
Wait, is everyone's head in here?
Yeah, I mean my head is here. Like I'm by the
Where's...
thing.
You're in the cart?
Yeah, no, I'm not in the cart.
Car.
I'm in the truck, and that's good.
That's good.
And Penna's just like, no, everyone's here. Everyone's here. It's all good. Everyone's here.
Yeah, someone's in the car. Is this
Yeah,
Trust. Fuck's sake,
Oh.
Panda. Fuck.
I'm putting it in because we're dead anyway.
But I mean, it's okay that I'm in the truck. I'm
Panda,
okay with
yeah,
that.
Panda. Where are you, Doc?
In the truck.
You're in the truck. Yeah, you're gonna be revived now then.
Right? Should be. No, I'm still dead. I'm all alone. There's no one
I'm screaming up my
here
head.
beside me. My problems have all gone. There's no one to deride me. But you gotta have Spanx. No, that's not how it goes at all, actually. See, this is me. Now, you might be wondering how I got here. Hey, Panda! Panda's back. Back again. Tell a friend. Doctor is dead. Yes, I've been dead for quite a while. But I mean, I'm cute. So, being cute and dead is okay, I feel. Let's see what other missions we have with the Pokemon thing. Use super effective moves. Participate in public battles. Wonder Trade. Gonna try to participate in public battle.
Well, I got here at least. And I took you with me, Panda.
Hey, what up, bestie?
Yeah. I took Panda's head with me too.
Nice, nice.
So it's just... Oh! Get me in there, fuck!
I just
Can I
love the
also
quick
get
crying
in the
one so
truck?
much.
Ah!
Hey, I'm alive!
Thank you so much. Now it's just Farah. And she's alive out there.
Farrah's alive? Yeah, no, yeah, everyone's alive. Holy shit.
Yeah, but she's somewhere out there. I don't know where she went.
Somewhere out. Farrah! Let's go! Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Man, I had the alien, I had... not alien. I had the
Good
laser
job.
beam guy.
Everyone's after you.
Dude, I had like 40 gnomes. The alien freaking attached to my face, so I was throwing up.
I heard you
The
behind
laser
me,
beam,
so
I was like, fuck.
Alright, let's see. I need 2 more strength to
take
get
a honey.
13 strength. So I gotta buy them now. I gotta buy the strength.
We need them.
Yeah, we need strength. But feel like weak.
94k. Fuck's sake, because one of them is 52k. Yeah, we can't even afford both of them. Fuck. So no strength for me this time. Health upgrade is 16 though. 16 and 20. Range is quite
Sarah,
cheap as
you
well.
do the whole pressing E.
Spam to eat.
Yeah, we're gonna grab that. Oh, for fuck's sake!
The diff must be tagged right.
Oh my god, I swear to
Spam it,
God.
Just keep clicking it, not hold it
That's,
down.
yeah, that's what we do too.
Master of Puppets
Okay,
is
cool.
pulling the strings. I'm gonna do push-ups, I promise. Let me just get in here.
Luckily, I don't have one of those loud keyboard.
I got this one. This is mine. No.
Well,
Panda, I think that one's yours. It's 100. Uh,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
been
It's a battle.
suspended
Do it again.
forever and ever and ever.
I have a loud one.
Alright,
There we go.
I'm gonna do some push-ups. Y'all have fun in the game, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pee, so, sure. Go, go.
Oh, damn. The debt must be paid already?
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10
Watching Dr. Vem's
balls.
move.
I'm gonna shit my pants one of these days while doing push-ups.
How many push-ups have you done?
Oh my gosh. That was 10 push-ups.
No. I went to bed hours ago.
Sorry?
Yeah. You must be at least 100.
Oh, for today? Yeah, definitely. It's been over 100 today.
Jesus.
So I'm a little bit tired. My arms are dead. Did everyone learn? No, everyone's here. Oh my gosh. Alright, we got a gun and a
What's that?
trank gun.
There we go.
Someone
Did
needs
we
help.
lose Stony?
What?
Oh, you're up
He's
there.
always
Sorry,
up there.
Parrot.
Alright, let's go!
Yeah. It's my usual spot.
It's kind of
Let's
look like a
go!
little parrot.
Not me. Cover and spread
Yeah.
those cheeks. I wanna know the secrets your asshole keeps.
So, I got 3 hours until my train leaves, so I'm here for about more.
Nice. Love it. Is she kissing and fisting like it was her religion? Really? Just the fucking lyrics on this song.
Wait, are you singing that one?
One song that you played for that one time.
Yeah, the secrets your butthole keeps. Your asshole, actually, not butthole even. Secrets your asshole keeps.
Wow.
Yep. It is basically a woman who's like, I see that there's lipstick on your asshole. Who did you have eat your
Oh,
asshole?
wow.
Because I know it wasn't me.
Alright.
And then it ends with like, oh yeah, no, it is me. It was my lips on your asshole. It's by Obscurest Vinyl, and Enemy found them, and it's become like the official theme song for the stream.
Oh yeah, no.
It's beautiful.
I hate holes in the middle of the room.
Let's see, 19K. This is a good get. The big statue. You big statue, you. Let's see. Really wanna taste it. Oh my god, I'm so looking forward to Peacemaker Season 2 as well. Shortcut to your dreams. Hello.
Why are you talking so loud?
Loud when there's a hunting close.
I'm not saying anything.
Why?
Do you really wanna taste it? There's nothing up here. What up? Did you take everything down there?
I'm working on it. I think there's a couple more items.
Let's see.
There's a music thing, and then there's a hole right here. Be careful.
There's a whammophone.
Yeah, there's a lovely little hole right there.
Nice. Love a lovely little hole in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, no.
You never know what hides in the hidey holes. Let's go. Alright, that's it.
Mm-hmm. That's
No more?
it. No more.
Let's go! Wait, did we check this one? Nothing.
Nothing. Nothing, nada.
Nothing, silch, nada. Oh, found champagne.
Oh, I heard the shooter. You heard him too. You good, Sarah? Yeah, we're good.
There's a big item over here. And I am Mr. Strongman. Oh, we got 2 statues now? Nice. Wait, nobody's checked this area? Alright, we got an ocarina there. And that's it. Seriously? That was it? Alright, fuck it. Get it, place the arc. No! There we go. Alright, let's see if there's anything over here. Sometimes people miss these places. They have not. Great. I think I've lost my whole team now. There's a dead head somewhere there.
There you
Alright.
go.
Bye, Panda. It was nice having you with us. We are playing Repo Frankenstein. This is what it is.
I can't take this vase. I'm not strong enough. Fuck.
What do you need?
I didn't have a vase. Nothing. Nothing. I didn't have nothing.
Mr. Strongman is here. Oh, there's a Graveller in chat. Let's catch it together. As a group. With the power of friendship. And ponies. Yay! Pony magic friendship.
Yeah, some things I don't know quickly, so.
Ooh, nice little radio. Oh,
Now you're in here. Now you're in here. I was
I am
wondering.
everywhere, nowhere. I am much like Satan himself.
Oh, evil duck. Great. Hello, friend. How are you? Yep. Jesus. Oh my. This is the tiniest cart I've ever seen. It's so cute. Okay.
I can't even hear my friends. Bestie's still here. Sure is. Oh, someone murdered stuff?
I don't know. There's an evil doll.
Nice.
I'm afraid to even grab it. It's gonna freak
Oh,
out.
fuck off, doll. Really?
I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
No, I dropped.
Oh. Oh,
Wait,
it's
let me
that
see if
one
I can.
guy. There's a monster in this room.
Fuck. I couldn't grab the apex predator and throw it down.
No.
I thought I would be able to, but I wasn't able to.
What are they doing?
That's very, very sad.
We have no strength to kill this guy. Do we?
Oh, but it did die though.
No, we don't. Stony might, but I sure as hell don't.
So Farah, Bestie, and Stony are left. We definitely got enough money for a revive. Desire. I'm walking through fire. How is Graveler? I mean, I haven't caught a Pokemon in forever now, it feels like. Oh, Farrah got my head. So nice of her. Yay! Bestie's almost dead. Stone Cold has good HP. There's a Pokemon called Ice Cube, and it's an ice cube with a penguin's body. That is... Some of these new Pokemons are not fucking...
Oh,
like, well
Lord
done.
have mercy.
It feels like.
I don't
Someone's just
this
like,
freaking
what can I
evil
see in my
doll.
home? Ice Cube?
Alright,
Yeah,
evil
I'll take that. What else can
Time
I
to go in
see?
your basket.
Ice cream, I guess. What else can I see? A toilet? Mark my
God damn
words,
it, I won't go
there
inside the
is,
little
or
tiny
there's
cart.
going to be a toilet Pokemon.
Ah! Well,
Sooner or
it's standing
later.
up right now.
You having fun over there?
I'm so mad.
Got this baby cart that could barely fit a child?
Baby cart.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Fuck
Doctor.
you.
Yes, Panda. What do you want? What can I help you with, Panda? How did you die? I tried to lift the apex predator and throw it in the hole, and it killed me before
Oh,
I could
forget
do anything.
you. The doll died.
But then it
It
also,
died.
that is the one,
Yep.
yeah, the one thing I can't
This is
do
the
right.
tiniest cart ever. It's so
I
cute.
kind of realized that after I died as
You know
well.
what?
I
I'm
was
gonna
like,
take
oh
it.
wait, this is
Come
probably
on,
the
cart.
one
Let's go.
I can't kill. Unless it is stunned. Oh right, yeah. True that, true that.
I pray to God there's no big items because this cart can hold barely
We're following
anything.
Farah around. Bestie's hiding from the man with the shotgun. Blind man is here.
Doop, doop, doop.
Doopy doopy doop.
A bed.
Doo-doo. Ba-dum,
Aha!
bam, 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 ba-dum.
There's a plate under this bed.
Let me down my hands. Alright. Oh, she found her uranium plate. It's gonna break. She's gonna break it, right? I don't trust her. Oh, love that buses have USB ports so we can charge our phones, right? It's the best. Yeah, I said you were gonna fuck it up.
Fuck you.
I told you, Farrah!
Now I'm stuck in this damn thing. Where the heck's the exit? Let me out.
Let me out!
Well, that sucked.
Gonna annoy.
Let's have a minute.
I can find.
Damn it!
I just saw how you got shot in the head.
Trying to get one
Welcome to the Broken Ones Club.
expect.
It means I can keep watching this train wreck. What do you mean train wreck? Everything is going super fucking well, alright?
That's bullshit.
We're all doing really, really well.
At least I'm by a cart, so they can find me.
I am in a cart.
Yep.
Farrah's doing her very best. She's trying so hard.
So is Tony. I got Tony here.
But yeah, it's just Farrah and Stoney now. Someone just got their head shot off. Yeah, that's bestie. That is not bad. No, it is bad. It is bad. The huntsman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all prepare yourself
Something's
for the
here.
rubber band. Man.
What is it?
Band. Man.
Huh.
Really love the
Okay.
songs I have for this playlist.
Yeah.
Nope.
Rubber Band Man is a good.
Nothing.
Rubber Band Man is really, really good. We
This should be fun.
finished watching Guardians of the Galaxy 3 yesterday.
I feel
As
like
well.
I'm trying to
Such a good movie.
put a square peg in a round hole.
I live.
I
Sorry,
believe in you,
I
Farrah.
love-
You can do it.
Get up, get up, get up.
Hydrate? Whoa. Okay.
Blunt, blunt, mother lover.
Man.
Ooh.
Safe, not
Oh.
savage animal. Hunt. I didn't even read everything Panda wrote. Yeah, Farrah's not doing well. She obviously can't fit it in that little huntsman and... Come on, Farrah,
Animal.
you can realize that this isn't doable, right? You're smart enough to understand that this is not the way he shoots at me. Oh. I gotta say, I love watching Farrah play this.
Farrah is lovely.
Stoney's just surviving.
With a huntsman up. Oh fuck! No, I went down. I didn't mean to go down. Shit!
You didn't mean to go down. Hmm?
No, I did. I don't think I'm supposed to be down here. I might.
I am in a pit. Oh Jesus, Panda.
Oh
That
no!
sucks.
Did you fall down, Panda?
Oh my gosh! And now the
Oh,
TV is on
oh,
as well.
Tony!
I'm gonna get
Tony!
I'm gonna
Tony!
get you. I'm just in a cart somewhere. They're still fucking around with it.
Tony is so done with all this.
Oh my gosh, Farrah's the best. And here comes the Rugrat to fuck her life up.
I live.
I'm gonna get this one done to get you to back. Yes.
Don't forget me! Come
Oh,
on,
no, he's-
Stoney.
No, you're too far away. No one
Leave,
has
doctor!
you.
Leave, doctor! You ass! You ass, Panda! Why would you do... Why would you say that? That's so mean! Why? Why? Not worth the trouble? What the fuck? Aren't there drones in this
You make a
ship?
good point.
No. No drones, right?
Might be. Yeah.
Oh no, there's a feather
There's a feather
drone.
one.
Yeah.
Drone.
Feather drone.
Feather drone.
Hit the wrong button.
I'm gonna. Fuck no.
Oh no, I need to stand up.
I'm in a cart.
Too late. Bye,
No.
Doc. Have fun.
Fuck's sake. Just so alone here. Oh my gosh.
Good you get. King's the little one.
I'm just
Thank
alone
you,
here
good
now.
stuff.
I'm just alone in a cart. Here I am,
The third
rocking like a
one.
hurricane. The duck is humping wood. Nice. Added the term. Humping wood is now a permitted term here. We shall all hump wood. Together we shall make the wood very humpy. Sorry. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's laggy as fuck. Why? Come on, please help me. Yay, thank you. Come on, no, no, no. Yes, please, thank you. Oh my gosh. So afraid. So afraid to be left. This is not good for my abandonment issues. Gotta say. Oh shit. Can you kill the trudge? Can they kill the trudge? Oh my gosh, they did it! They killed the fucking trudge! That is so dope. I feel good. That's right. You do feel good, don't you? Yeah, Bestie is lagging like hell for me. Like her voice. Can't even hear Farah. Yeah, something is wrong with my internet connection.
I can't walk anywhere because of the record player.
Well, now it's
I'm
okay.
going nuts.
Huntsman's coming, Huntsman.
I can't
Posture
do
check.
shit.
Oh, come on.
I'm too weak. Farah, get down!
Hey, Farah. I just want you to know that you got shot in the back of the head.
Hey, at least it wasn't at the front of my face.
Right. Proper execution style.
Oh yeah. I don't want to see it coming.
I gotta say, it was
No,
really
it's-
funny watching you try to fit that big TV in that little cart as well.
It wouldn't do it. I was like, how the fuck people put this cart? Nah. It's like gonna fucking. So I just dragged it to the extraction point.
Yeah.
Did you see the duck? The duck was humping the wood, and like it kept flying out, and it was like stuck on the wooden plank, and it killed itself. I was like, like that.
Nice.
But then another duck popped up, and then the tumor came, and
I gotta move.
it was like stopping it from going downstairs.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Can you move the record player? I'm not strong enough.
Sounds like you had a lot of fun with that, though. Come on.
Yeah, fuck that little cart. The little cart was like quite annoying. It feels like a car for drifting. That's pretty much it. You know, go in there and start riding around it. Oh no!
Hey, Panda. That huntsman is really fucking up our money as well.
Oh, that huntsman, man. I haven't.
Yeah,
I would've
19
moved.
and 50k. Bitch.
Where am I?
Come here. What the
Oh,
fuck?
I'm in the little
Wait.
cart.
It can actually, like, the huntsman will hear his head? Jesus, that's cool.
Yeah, no. Well, if you're dead, go ahead.
Yeah, true. Why not?
Hell yeah, be the bait. Look at my head. It's right in the little tiny cart, just right.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Just staying there, right next to the soul of a monster.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm fine.
Oh my gosh, come on. Oh, I hope Stony doesn't fall down. What do you mean no one caught it? I've been throwing Pokeballs at literally everything, and I haven't caught shit. The fuck? Oh, that's the TV you tried to,
Yeah, but I put it to the extraction point, so I was like, fuck it. It'll stay
That's
right
good
there.
enough. That's good enough.
Yeah. Yep.
Nothing here. Yeah. Oh, Panda's talking to Bestie probably. Oh, and she's taking your head. He's bringing your head.
Stony, he sounds so happy. All yours.
Every time we play Repo, he thinks it's fun to start with, and then me and Bestie start dying like idiots, and then then he's really mad. And same thing with Panda. Like they get not mad, but like very dejected very quickly. Just like fuck, not gonna be able to play this. It's kind of sad, but you know it's the price they pay for being on this stream. What can I say?
Yeah.
I need the princess treatment.
I mean, obviously they keep coming back, so you know.
Right? They love
You
the
and Bessie are doing-
punishment.
So I'm gonna
That's
do that.
right.
Can you take it?
That's right.
Yep.
I don't dare to go have it and walk on that plank at the same time. I'm gonna get the record player.
Oh my god, there's Panda.
I'm gonna move you first.
Safe.
Perfect, thank you, Panda.
Oh my gosh, are we
I'm
all
gonna get the
come
record
back
player
now?
too. But I want you up there first, so we know that you will get in. Yeah. You can get in there. Fine.
Jesus, that's weird.
What the fuck am I doing now? There you go.
Why do I do these things? Why do
This fucking record player, man.
I am an idiot.
Where shall I put it? What am I doing?
No, it's not. It's
We
not
just
even
push
free.
these in, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
You
Just me
Are you
being
gonna be-
disturbed.
these
And
three
disturbing.
items in.
Am I gonna push them in?
Yeah, because I'm gonna move this side.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got it.
Wait,
Finish.
let's go.
And then we got these. Oh fuck, no, wait, I'm not getting them.
It's so stressful when you
There
have
we
that
go.
many things to get on. But that was good. That's well placed.
I think all of
Got
them.
everything in there.
Yes, oh, really?
See you on the other side, gang. I'm back,
I have
baby!
it. I think I have it otherwise. I don't know
You've
which
got
one I
another
got.
gun. That's the gun.
Okay. I don't want it.
I took
I
the
have
gun.
someone's.
Do you want
I have
the
someone's
gun?
indestructible drone.
Oh, Dr. Vem. That's Dr. Vem. I just
Nope,
grabbed
he's
it from
not.
the ground.
Nope. it's not it.
Someone gave me a gun! The fuck happened? What happened? What happened?
The shooter?
Huntsman, goddammit!
Oh no, seriously?
Yeah.
At least it wasn't
Try
me
to
this
tell
time. I'm pretty happy I didn't kill Stony. Done that too many times.
To be quiet, but no.
You talk too much.
I didn't hear you. Probably because I was talking, but shut up, you.
I'm gonna put you down.
Come on.
Or do you want me to put you in a cart? No, don't put him in a cart if he doesn't want to.
Exactly. Let him
I got
be.
it. I got it.
Thanks. Me and Plankton, we don't get along.
I feel
You
you.
guys really
Whoa.
want that baby cart?
I hope you guys don't want that baby cart.
The what? The baby cart? No,
cart.
fuck that baby cart.
Okay. I don't know. I was like, okay.
No, honestly, I think it's pretty useless. I know Panda uses it because there's like hacks and stuff you can do with it. where if you stand in the cart and you have a drone underneath it, you can lift the drone and thereby fly in the mini carts,
know.
basically.
I know, honey. I was here when you showed me.
Oh crap! There's a door.
Your son is here too. So
I shall move the door.
Okay, so I don't got strength.
Your son.
I have all the strength in the world, I tell you.
Oh, don't! Oh, let me just put that radio down. Fuck.
There you go.
Let's see.
There's nothing more in here. Oh. Thank you. Oh.
Ow, what the fuck? How did I die? What was that? What even was that? Can't even see what it was.
I got a rugrat!
Oh, fuck's sake! I get a rugrat! Smack!
I got smacked in the face! Wow!
Oh my gosh!
That kid needs a timeout.
Yup. That kid is a ball bag, as they say.
See if I can get you out of there, Sarah.
Oh, come on.
There you go. See if you can jump. Sarah.
Best
Jump.
There's fucking stuck. There we are.
I'm like, jump? Okay. Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't hear that.
I think. Hey, look at us! 3 heads together
Fucking
again.
hell. Hello. Panda is now totally alone.
Not worth. Oh yeah, like the heavy thing. Yeah, no, probably not. You alone killed Bestie.
Huh?
No, you are alone. He said. You fell?
Yeah. I fell down into the hole. Yeah, I'm not trying this. This is gonna be fucking.
Oh yeah, fuck this shit.
Fuck this shit.
Oh wait, I'm gonna walk across this crap. Great.
Oh wait, yeah.
Ah, shit.
I'm in a different cart by the huntsman.
Yeah. And he knows there's a huntsman, dude.
Does he
He
though?
knows. He's looking at it. He's looking right
Oh
at
shit, right.
it. Are you bored?
No. I haven't been dead a whole lot during the stream. I'm not bored.
You're really bad at this game.
I am. I'm not good at all.
Strongest
know.
one as well.
What's the highest level you guys got?
Ever? I think it's 15 or something. But that was thanks to
Oh,
Panda
wow.
and Stony carrying the game as per usual.
Yes.
And your
Yes.
soul record.
Hey, what up, Samwise? Still on when you can
Yeah,
watch?
yeah, ignores me, that's cool.
Sir. For another hour and a half at least.
He ignores my question, that's fine.
Sorry. No, people were in chat. What did you say, Stony? What did you say?
I don't want to be. Oh no.
What did you say, Stony?
And
Stony.
your soul record?
My
can't
solo
get out.
record is 5. Also thanks to you giving me a shotgun and shit and healing me.
Ah, yes, with the crowd control, yes.
Yeah, otherwise solo is probably 2, I think. Oh fuck. I hate these. Ah! Take it easy.
I'm not.
Alright,
You
shove
wanna
it,
grab
shove it, shove it! You got it?
Okay. Oh. Oh.
Oh my gosh, why did they leave us with the cards?
I have not been up all night, Sam. I
Oh, she's
actually
been
did
up
go to
all night,
bed.
Sam. She has been.
No, I have not. No,
She's
no,
been
no.
playing
No, no, no.
Phasmophobia all night, alone.
No, me and
We and Reggie stopped playing.
that at like 10 o'clock.
There's a trudge here.
Yep.
There was a trudge here. I'm gonna grab that fucking skeleton. It's worth it. It's gonna be worth it. Promise. Trust. How the fuck do I get up there, though? Alright. Come on. No? I gotta jump around here. Has to be a way. Fuck it. Whatever. What is that sound? Can we put the card on? Someone died again. We get one ditto. Should I just put the card on? People have been mad at me before when I just put the card on, so I don't know if I should. Oh! And we get more
Yeah,
items
don't worry
as well,
about-
right?
Yeah, don't worry about Panda soon.
Woo! I have Farah. Don. Oh whoops! Oh whoops! Just hitting Farah everywhere. Oh no! Oh no! Whoopsie! Ah! Look at my Farah flail! Roar! Sorry.
That's brilliant.
I've been streaming for a little while. Should I throw it in?
Not yet.
I do what I want. Left the phone lurking. Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, bestie.
Hey,
Hi.
bestie. Jesus,
Where am I
that's a lot of
supposed
dead things.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sir.
Yes, sir. Fuck, there's a duck.
Oh, we should. Oh, I got her. I got her. Come on, Farah.
Dead as usual. Woke up at 4 a.m., seeing us playing Repo, just tagging along. Nice. Honestly, I'm usually the one who's very dead in these games. So I'm very happy that Farah has joined me. A couple
There you go,
times.
Farah.
at least.
Come on, Apex. Come on.
We
You're
were
not
gonna
coming
bring the
us,
duck
baby.
with us?
Come on. I know. I want to. I love the duck. He's so cute.
Took off push to talk, and shooter got yeah.
Well, normally I have it on. I don't normally.
I
usually
always
have
go
stuck
just
on.
voice recognition,
I
which
bring
has
Duck
fucked
with
me
us.
many a time.
I love Ducky. I love
Well-
Ducky. You're so cute.
Oh,
Oh Jesus.
there's the turnip. No, turmeric. Turmeric. Why do I keep calling it turnip?
Turnip?
You know,
Super-
it kind
super
of reminds
in
me
the
of
head.
Shrouded.
It is now
That's a
known
shrouded
as a
frick-
turnip.
No, no,
Alright,
no,
strength for me, right?
I like
Because
turmeric.
I want 13 strength.
No. Yeah, me and Lunar, we're pretty much dead all the time. Or Sam, we break the glass. Or the vases. I already told Bestie. I go, we break.
Usually dead. Dang.
Hey, no,
No, you know what? That's not fair. Lunar does a pretty good job. She stays alive longer than I.
Oh wow. Wow. Not a lot.
If
pick and choose
if I'm anywhere near nobles, I'm usually dead. He likes to eat my head
because he
across
kills
the
you?
room.
I love
That is
this
so
mod though,
mean.
being able to fuck around.
So mean. Alright, everyone ready?
Yes.
Ah!
Oh yes. Damn, they have
And then we just hear,
They're not-
oops!
dressed up.
I got something. I got 13 strength, bitches! Yeah! Oh, I'm so strong!
Now you just need to stay alive.
That's
Excuse
the
you,
big,
what?
biggest issue.
The fuck
That's
do you
the
mean by that,
biggest
huh?
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. But I only got 71 HP. Give me your HP. Give me, everyone give me HP until I'm full.
I already gave you 2 clicks.
Give me
You're not
more!
gonna skip
Give me more! I am the main character here!
No, you died too fast to be the main character.
I'll take the health
Doctor.
upgrade, fuck it. Ah!
Doctor,
Yep.
Panda.
Huh?
Panda's trying to talk to you.
Panda's trying to help me? No.
You can
Trying to-
kill everything and just like you do that.
And the way you do that, yeah, just grab him and put him in the air and then smack him. No? Just grab him and smack him sideways.
You
Lift, yes.
and get like
And then smack.
and regular
And re-grab. Gotcha. So I gotta let go and re-grab between each smack. Yes?
for hunt and use the word to hold him and
Use a wall to hold him. Oh, gotcha, yeah. So I
Yeah,
have him on the other
sure.
side of the wall, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, the bait shot.
word that we
Yeah.
to
Gotcha. It'll be fine. We'll work it out. It'll be so cool.
with you.
No worries. It's gonna work out. It's gonna work out. I promise. I promise. It's gonna be so cool.
This is gonna be my last run. Then I gotta get ready to take the train.
That
Get to
sounds
the train.
very smart.
So
Ooh, it's laggy now. It's laggy for me.
Ooh, we got an exploding one right here.
Yep.
Does someone want to take this from me? Because I'm
Got it.
not to be trusted, thank you.
I wanna grab the door. There
Grab
we
the
go.
door, the dumb.
Aha! I have created a bridge.
Yeah, I don't know about that bridge.
that bridge got fucked real quick. It's mine now. Jeez, and my game is laggy as all hell! Fuck no!
Wait. Did... Oh.
Yeah, he did. That's what he does. That's the only thing he does well in this game.
For fuck's sake! The game just started and I immediately died to a head, pushing me down. The only hole, yep. That's Jesus fucking Christ, I'm bad at this game. And I got all the strength as well. I'm just gonna... Will I stay here though? Yeah, I will. I'll stay here. Because I don't wanna... I don't wanna be left out. Jesus fucking Christ. And they have already killed
Did we have
3
2 heads?
monsters?
we have to head.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Mentalist. Mentalist in the room, right there, exactly. It went to
Right
the left.
there. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I died again.
DrVem doing suicides is part of the game for him.
It's not. It wasn't a
And
suicide.
I
It was.
wasted 20 HP
I
on
was
that
fucked by the
fucker.
head.
Why?
I got head fucked.
I don't know.
It's not my fault.
Got it.
Not my
Stop
fault.
being nice to him.
Because you're bestie.
Oh my God.
That's
Yeah. Yeah. Fortunate. Great job, Panda. Thank you. Nice.
why.
See if we
Great.
could get this over at the pit. Don't know I'm fault when they're taking the stuff back.
You know what, gang? I'm
Did I
gonna
get it?
go
No,
for a
I
smoke,
did
and we're
not
gonna
get
run
it.
an ad real quick while I'm dead.
May I get the fucking door, please?
Jesus fucking Christ! I hate dying.
Damn, you didn't see that.
What did I see?
Nope. Nope. Nope.
It's
God
fucking
damn
scary.
stupid door.
We have 3 heads, but he's killed them all.
The door over the
Right,
pit.
you're
we
gonna
don't
follow
fall.
Bestie while I run and smoke. So have a good time,
Because
gang.
I'm not strong enough for it,
I'll see ya.
obviously. But together, we can make
Fuck this
wonders.
game! Oh, no, sorry. Go cheese.
Maybe a little bit more. Whoop! There we go. Something like that. Do this. And... What? The fuck did he say? What did you say, Panda?
Well, in that like, no.
Oh, I don't know. Didn't he die in one of these?
Did before my wish it not no. But you
I actually don't know who has it or who doesn't have it. I have no idea. I don't keep track of the drones and stuff because I never have them because I don't trust myself. But Jesus, that scared the bejesus out of me. Holy frick. Ooh, that was fun. Oh shit. We have a peeper too. Just so you know, Panda, I met a peeper upstairs. So, yeah.
So meet my sister and 1 and 2.
I believe you when you say that because I never know. I never know anything. I'm just along for the ride. I didn't find anything up there, but you can check. And now he's gonna come down. Oh, thank you. Head is coming. Head is coming. You're so ice cold when you do that. It's amazing. Ah, okay, okay. Where am I going? Just keep going. There we go. Oh, Peeper. Peeper on the roof. And the ceiling. He's gone now. And I did not lose the sword. Panda, would you like a medieval sword? It's heavy as fuck. You know what? I'm gonna leave this one here. Because I'm gonna ruin it otherwise. So let's put you down on the floor, eh? That's 2,000 on that one, just by carrying it. Yay, everybody! Right.
Sword.
Yeah, I put it down by this extraction down here.
Okay.
Should I take the cart back to extraction? Oh no, you found something.
Nope.
Alright. Nope. Nope. One very delicate plate. Oh, it's a moody book. Oh shit, are you gonna fit? Make you fit, bitch. Hi, hey. If you're not finding anything, it's because you're right behind us. there's a goblin head right over there, Farah. If you can get it out.
There's a what?
A goblin head
Oh,
Oh.
I see. Okay.
right here. I don't have any strength, so I can't pick it up properly.
I've got one.
It's something. I got one too. Maybe I'm just bad at
No.
maneuvering then.
No strength.
I'm a weakling.
That's okay.
It's okay to be weak. You got other very good qualities. You're not supposed to laugh when I say that.
Well, you know.
Shit, I got fireworks. Wait, I gotta close my ports. Wait.
Fireworks.
There we go. Yeah, they're not allowed to have fireworks in the evening because you gotta have a special permit nowadays in Sweden. So the kiddos who are graduating our equivalent of high school right now, they do it during the daytime instead,
Oh,
which
Oh my
scares
gosh.
the shit out of my kitty boys.
Aww.
Alright. Maractus.
This
Let's
big
try to catch
chest
it.
thing.
You're
Alright,
taking
so-
a train?
Bestie's talking about
Yeah,
how
taking me. It's gonna take like 5 hours.
the people graduating high
Mammo
school
to
the
Stockholm.
party right outside her apartment, basically.
Okay.
So that's nice. I mean, we don't have a big country, but we have a very long country.
Very
Watch out for
long
that wooden
country.
plank.
Yeah, I put it there.
Oh Jesus, she actually succeeded. Oh jeez, that's a lot of
I
money.
think Panda did the exact
You had a
same
lot of
down.
money right there.
Don't know.
Bro.
So
Right.
How are you
Someone
gonna do
on this cart.
I will
Yes.
do it.
Should probably
on top.
take.
Right, let's go.
Yes. Got it in there. What do we do with the third cart?
I guess leave it, maybe.
Oh, it's almost in. Isn't it?
Yeah,
No.
we
leave
shouldn't.
it.
Okay.
It's too risky.
Yeah, they should just leave it. Otherwise, it'll be fucked. I'm back.
Okie dokie then.
I'm so back!
You
Yeah!
could float it in the air. That's another option, too.
If someone alive is strong enough, but I'm not
Yeah.
strong enough for that.
Someone
No,
wants
no,
to give me. Someone want to give me some health? Help? Huh? Huh?
Well,
Want to
turn
give me some
around.
health? Huh? Huh? Look at my robot booty and give me some health, huh? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yes. Thank you, Fer.
You're welcome.
Whoop.
Ah.
I don't like that bridge that I made.
Yeah, it keeps moving. Stuck between a chest and a
Peeper. Oh fuck. Head. Head. Head.
Weak. I can't move it.
There you go, you fucker.
That's why we need you alive to be able to take care of those.
Yeah.
Because you have the strength, my dude. So
I know.
Please, try.
Well,
You're gonna have to move that cart. 'Cause I can't do that one. Did I just see It's just hopping around?
Peeper. Okay.
Yep. 90K in this alone, that's insane. Love how much money we have.
there's something up here.
Did we ever get the broom?
Broom.
Okay.
Then I will touch it.
Yeah.
Whee! Finally. Alright, that's the broom. Not gonna touch that just yet. Where's the next
Yeah, we just-
extract?
4 times now.
I'm so done with the fucking
The broom
peeper.
is up here. Did we ever get that upstairs?
Just give it a second.
There we go. Whoa. Alright. Let's go. Let's go.
Bring your cart. Why?
Run around, I run around,
Now
I
get
run
around.
round, I run around.
No, shouldn't you wait? What are you doing?
It's a small cart.
I know, I saw it.
Such a small cart. Hello, Farah.
Hello.
There's nothing here, huh? Just like expression point. Oh, it's empty then. Oh, Jesus, store.
My bad.
Watch out! Thank you. Alright. I think this is gonna be a shit ton of money again. Very happy about it. Very happy. Alright, just push in the carts. Let's go.
Yes.
Nice. Alright. I can take the cart with the money, and you can take an empty cart, Stoney, if you wanna, or the other way around.
Okay. I mean, we can just leave the empty cart.
Sorry?
We can leave the empty cart.
Yeah. Ah, no! Oof! Oh my god! I thought there was. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I thought there was a hole there. Jesus fucking Christ! Oh my gosh! I pissed my pants. You want to take the money carts?
No.
No.
I'll be
I'll drive you around, my sweet little
change.
Stony.
Yes, carry me for a change, Doctor, will you?
Hey!
For once. Yeah, you take that.
That's
Thank
mine.
you.
Actually, I found it. It's there.
You want to get out, Stony?
No.
Or no? No? No.
Come on, Doctor.
Prove yourself, carry me.
Come, go.
And I put
I'm
the
just
cart
gonna
below
walk
him?
around.
Cart. Where's it?
It's over here.
He wants the cart below him.
Hey, I'm walking here!
Hey, I'm walking here. Hey, I'm Christopher Walken here. Are there any more monsters I can throw around and murderize? Hello, Stony. Come here, my little child. I shall bring you to your destiny. Your destiny being the macerator. The head ate Farah. Aw.
Oh
Too
no,
bad.
we gotta find her.
Yeah, come on, let's go get her.
Let's go get her.
Panda got her.
Panda got her? I mean, a dead head is moving towards us. Well, I'll take her. Thank you.
Don't you fucking drop her. Don't you fucking dare.
Or what? Where's Panda? I mean, where's Stony? Stony's still in there? Smack. Please, money bag, don't fall out. Oh my gosh, yes. Perfect.
Wow, nice.
Right. I'm really
Usually
good at
the money
catching
bag.
the money bag. At times.
Usually if it falls on me or Jizz or anybody else is dead. Ah, damn, hiccup.
You got hiccups?
Yeah, I just got the hiccup right now.
No.
Oh, it's like one and done. It's not like jibbity.
I can scare you if you want to.
Nah, it's okay.
Uninsured accident! Whoa! No?
Like I said, it's one hiccup and pretty much gone.
Oh, there's a head. Oh, come on! I thought I could kill it. I thought I could
He's
kill
dead.
it myself. But I couldn't.
Of course he is.
I suck. Oh my gosh!
You're good.
Why
I'm
is
gonna
this
put
my
you in
life?
this one, Doc. You just hang tight.
The eyeball's upstairs.
Despawned.
After you look at it and survive, it despawns.
Panda killed
Let's
the
do
head.
it.
Yeah, try having the eyeball with the alien. That was.
The head's in the front, so I'm just...
Yeah, move it. I just put him in there.
Please revive me.
That's everything.
in here?
And,
Yeah,
so
it
we're
is.
just...
Stand up.
Just gonna make sure I don't fall. Because I don't wanna.
You want me to?
Right.
Come on, Bestie, you can do it. You can do it, Bestie. Yes! She done did it!
Whoop.
Oh my gosh.
There we go.
Almost fucked everything.
Should we have more, right?
No, that's it. Send it.
This is all?
Right. That's it.
Could you
This
help
is
me
all,
with
it's
the
100k
broom?
in
'Cause
cash.
I'm not strong. Yeah. And I'm not strong. You ready?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, that's nice.
Go.
That's very nicely done.
Yes, sir.
Whee!
The
And
phone head's
now
on the
we
left there.
extract, right?
Bestie, was that you yelling?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Danger! Panda!
There we go! Murdered you. For good measure.
Oh no, Panda!
No! Fuck! Oh my god! Yeah, they should just send it now. I'm not good at this. I'm not good at this game. But I do like playing it.
I should bring the gun too, I think.
Jesus.
What do they sell? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going anywhere.
It's so fucking annoying, honestly.
I've never seen
Run,
someone-
run,
Go on,
run.
go on, go on, go on, go on. Of course, there's a booster.
Which one am I missing?
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die so hard. But
What the fuck? What was that?
yeah, you can take me. Fucking hell.
Fucking hell.
What the fuck was that?
The fucking peeper!
Who's?
Someone
Oh,
said
and that's why
hands
the
are
voice
behind
was so
me.
fucked.
Yeah, once I get into the car, I'll send.
Damn it.
Oh, now I get it. The strings we get that holds us to be still in the. Oh,
Like
there
it's
we
like
go.
where we died, or?
Yeah. We can't go too far away from where we died.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Oh my gosh. Alright, we survived this, which I know. I mean, great work, gang. But when we die, I'm gonna stop the stream. So if we die,
I'm done for
the
today,
stream is
so
stopped.
bye.
Yes.
Bestie's done.
For extraction.
Bestie's done.
No.
Bestie's gone. No. Thanks, Bestie. Thanks for joining. We love you so much. Loved having you here.
Dude,
Don't
she
need any
left
more
so
stuff.
quick.
Alright, everyone just grabs HP.
No.
I'd love a hundo if I can have one. It'd be beautiful. Ouchies. Need. Need. Help! Yay! Oh my god, we have so much money now. So much money.
Jesus.
Right?
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of moolah. That's a lot of cash. We can buy more. What'd you say? What'd you say to me?
Hope for shot.
Alright. I'm gonna grab this hundo. Oh! Thank you, bestie, for all the gaming. Love you so much. Have fun in Stockholm. Estocolmo. Gonna grab this, gonna grab that. Gonna grab this, gonna grab that. Gonna grab this range upgrade. Let's go! I am so upgraded, I'm still gonna die. I mean, we all know it. We all know it. Like, I'm at 101 HP, but we all know I'm gonna die. Headman Manor. How about some head, man? Swear to God, if there's a bastard here. Alright, nothing so far. Nothing. Oh, found a grandfather clock. Grandfather cock. Grandfather cock. Alright. Bloop. Mother fucking. I love the indestructible drone. Honestly. Where would I be without the indestructible drone? Clock coming through.
I think you are a destructive drone.
Let's see here. Let's just place that there. There we go. No! Don't you fall. That's right. Stay there. What the fuck? The fuck happened there? No, come on! I thought I had it. I thought I had it. I was like 100% convinced that I had it. It was going well. It was going well for a little while.
Okay.
Fuck.
How much HP do you have?
I have 81.
This
I'm
is so
okay.
annoying.
Okay.
This is so annoying. Like, I actually tried not dying this time. I tried doing my very best, and just, nope. Just didn't.
Or dead.
So annoyed. So annoyed.
I think DrVem jinxed.
Clone and child.
Look at a clown and a child.
Oh, what the hell is that?
All children are clowns. Damn, everyone's so just feral. Running around, messing about. Ooh, that's a lot of good stuff. Nice. And a harp. Cool.
Oh my lord. Damn door.
Sounds like she's singing. Ooh, baby, ooh, say ooh.
Oh, wait.
Come on. Stony just wants someone to grab the fucking radio. It's just... Behind Farah, there is a floating radio. Stony's trying to fish for Farah with a radio. There we go. Well done. And now, let's see how he can fish with a... Oh, no, never mind. There's no fishing anymore. They're just actually helping each other. She got it. Nice, nice. And now for the pièce de résistance. How are they gonna do this though?
No.
How are they gonna do this? You can do it, Stony. You can do it, Stony. I believe in you.
Oh shit.
Okay, child, child.
Has anyone got the indestructible by chance?
Yeah, I had it.
DrVem. God damn it, DrVem.
Oh, of course he had it.
Oh, come on.
I think he's dead. I don't know if he did or not.
It's been dropped somewhere then.
You stay.
You stay? Eat
Oh,
shit.
I
shit.
can see it on the map. Maybe.
I don't stay anywhere.
Well, I guess Dr. Bear must have hopped.
I'm wild! I'm a wild head, yeah! No! Balls. Whee! Whoop. I can't go upstairs? Alright. Where's this exploring now? Ugh. Whoop. 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 Explorer head. Explorer head. No!
Yeah, I've picked up.
Alright. Now we're running away. No, wait. No, this is the way we wanted to go. This is where we came from. No! Stop it! Ah! Fucking... No, stop! Don't! Why are you doing this, Tony? No air jail!
Oh,
Let me
whoops.
go! Ah, fuck! No! No! False!
I made it.
All I see the little red dot in the map flying.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
No, fuck!
You know what, DrVem?
You stay in your hole.
Ah!
You're staying there. Right.
Jesus fucking Christ. I'm just flying around. Oh my god, these fuckers. Yeah, I'm just a head flying around. Bouncing around my hometown. Oh shit, I'm up
he's
here
up
now.
there. No, it's coming down.
I wanna...
Come on,
Alright.
dog, you got this.
No! Balls!
Oh, he got it.
God damn it. Oh, 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 yes!
Oh.
Finally.
Yep.
No! Oh my god, you're like balls, Tony!
You're I fucking balls.
I mean, I have killed him a couple of times, so I guess I deserve it. Come on. Yeah! Gotta jump around! Jump around! Jump around! Jump bump, and get down!
You want up? You want up? Yeah? Yeah? There you go.
Woo! Hard.
Ready.
Yep.
See, I can be very nice and loving. It's not all just me being mean. Let's go.
I hate that solo anyway. It's fine.
Alright, whoop. Alright. I'm back, no need to worry, I'm back. It's all good. Did we get the harp as well?
Yeah, we got it.
Nice.
That was
Pretty
quite funny,
fucking
that.
nice, innit?
It's quite fun, that.
I'm gonna run around. I'm gonna make some trouble. And I'm probably gonna die again.
I'm waiting for it.
You're waiting for it? How much fun was it for you to throw me down into the pit?
I didn't throw you down. I
Accidentally tripped and let you go.
True. I did ask you to let me go. We could activate this one, because there's one closer to spawn anyway.
We go further away, so this way.
$51,000. $51,000. That's what it costs to fuck me. I'm an expensive ho-ho. Oh. Got a snorant in the chat. Don't you remember this city on again? Got the extraction point right here. We built this city on cock and balls. There we go. It is so laggy right now for me. Like, I don't think my computer's made to host 4 players this high up in level in this game. May I place my TV here?
Yeah, if you can get in.
If you, is that a challenge?
Yeah, you seem to be a bit struggling there.
Come on. Come on. Oh, come on. Don't come and get me. Hello? Hello?
Rope.
Oh, come on! It was right behind me. Fucking... I hate this. I hate this game so much. Worst thing is, I could have lifted it up and killed it if I had seen it before. Like, I heard Stoney say robe. Try to turn around. It just didn't work.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Once
Well,
again, I am dead as
Poor
fuck.
DrVem.
Yeah. Always happens.
Frankenstein is back! Welcome back, Frankie. Yeah, come on, help a brother out. I'm tired and dead. Yet again.
Watch out! Freaking evil.
Black.
Bro.
Like, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Alright. We're gonna jump around as a head. All normal. Yep. That's basically. Honestly. And sadly. I hate that I die this often. Whee! I'm a little head. And I run around. I roll around, I roll around, I roll around, round, I roll around, I am a head. Roly head. I'm a fuck! Whee! Come on, bounce me over there. Alright, we're gonna try to get over to the extraction point. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think I got this. Oh my god, I actually did it! I actually did it! Oh, fuck me. That's so cool. Nice. Nope, no. Oh. Can I jump into the bathtub? No, I can't. Also, wait, what the fuck is that? Ah, nope! Balls. They have... like, sinks on the wall above a... pit. Excuse you. Alright, whoop! No! Leave me be! I could do it myself. Come on. You can leave me be. Alright, we're gonna watch what Stoney is doing. Stoney's here. Farah is trying her best to drag a painting.
Nope.
And not
Damn it.
succeeding very much. It's difficult for her, obviously.
Yeah, I need one of those.
And Panda is just straight slaying it and destroying the painting. Well done, Panda. You're destroying the painting. Wow. Alright, good thing Stoney helped out there. That's also one way to do it, sure. I mean... Jesus fucking Christ. Like, just no finesse here. No finesse at all. Just, like, shoving it. Brutally fucking shoving it along. Whoa. Alright. Oh, come on, Frank!
The dip must be.
Why? I was sitting here all comfortable, like... God fucking damn it. Alright. Jesus Christ in heaven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, balls. You get 10 push-ups. 10 push-ups is what you get. That's it. Because you were sitting there all comfortable like. You are a butthole. What do you want to redeem that as soon as I sit down? Oh my god. Because you are a horrible, horrible man, Godsmack, that's why. You are a man who loves to see suffering. Oh my gosh. Hydrate? Yes, thank you. Oh, fuck. But I feel like that's true for anyone ex-military. It's just like... Because of all the training you've gone through, just watching other people suffer even a little bit, it's just like, yeah, do it, you fucking asshole, you suffer. Just have a small taste of what I've gone through, man. That's my impression, at least, of military personnel. Oh my gosh. And I gotta stop streaming after this game, because I gotta go pick up the wife at her job. I am a streamer and local taxi service today. And forever.
Somewhat, yes.
Oh my gosh, they can do it, they can do it. A pickup artist. I wish. No, I don't. I really don't wish I was a pickup artist. Ben is just wiggling that thing around. The drone, not that thing. Hello? Hello? No, that was mine! Come on! Whee! Alright, that was fun.
Yeah, be careful with
Oh
that.
my god, it's a cart! It's, oh wait, it's, oh, bumper cars? Where's the next extraction point? Where's the next extraction point? No! Watch out! Rope!
Whoa! Okay.
Come on! Not again. I tried to kill them and I died. That's what happens. It was thanks to me. Thanks to me. I killed them. I am the murderer. Ah! Sparrow laughing at me. Come on. Come on.
Okay.
Ah! Yes! I'm once again free of my prison. Wait, what? Where are we going? I'm going over here. Ooh, what's this? Oh, there's a spewer. What's over here? Oh, it's another one of these. Another extraction point. I mean, yeah, I always run into these fucking monsters immediately and die really fucking quick. Nope! Balls. Whee! 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 Am I ever gonna get out of here? Nope! Ah,
Okay.
balls.
I do.
Whee! Woohoo! And we're bouncy, and we're bouncy. Bouncy, bouncy, bounce, bounce, bounce. I am a master bouncer. We're just gonna bounce around here for a little while, I guess. Whoa. Wife is sending some perverted emojis on Messenger. That woman, I tell you, that woman. She is crazy. Minus 7K? For what? For what? I get this. I'm not really jumping up very high anymore either. I can barely reach there. Oh. Sasu is live as well. I think we're gonna raid him later. Because Fasu is dope. I really like him. Can I raid if we're doing the stream together? And there's Stony. Oh come on! I was so close! Grab me! Grab me!
Is he stuck down there?
Grab me!
Oh lord.
Fuck's sake. Ah! And that's the animal. DrVem and I thought I died like yeah no I'm alive for a couple seconds then I die again. It's a whole thing. Like I wish it was just for the higher levels where it's more difficult, but no, it's always. Ah yes! Yes!
You're right,
Yay! Finally. Me and the other souls. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Revive me, bitches, so I might die yet again! No! Sarah! Fuck's sake, Sarah! She thought she grabbed one of the bangers, but she did not. She did not.
Frankenstein just redeemed IRL word back. Don't say a word on.
Okay, okay. Okay. That word is verboten, as they say. Farrah done fucked up. That was insane. Insane. Wish I could say I've never done something like that, but I have. Thank you! I am back! Oh, I was cornered by, the robe and the clown.
Not that.
Not that? What happened?
I can't.
Do you want me to no, I don't want to go into the pit again. Do you want to? You didn't see what Farrah did?
Nope.
Then you know what? You know what? That's my fault. I jumped against the cart and the cart fell in the pit. That's what happened. Totally what happened.
Oh, brother.
Brother!
You
This
know,
is the wrong
you know,
way.
if I can, I'm clipping that. Because, yeah.
We'll just do this.
Yeah, I'm not touching them anymore. That was bad. Nope.
No, jeez.
Whoa.
There's
I'm playing Rick,
no
though.
there's no extract up here. Really trying not to say the forbidden word as well.
Oh, my son's here. He's heard worse.
Oh no, not that. Someone actually redeemed like I'm not allowed to say a word.
Oh.
It must be paid. Right. Now.
And I must pay a debt. BRB gang. My boobies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I don't know how you do that all.
Oh, my lord. Working on getting your points down. Crap, I said the word. I said the word because... So I did 10 and I got 10. Thanks.
Oh,
Awesome.
Watch out.
Oh, I love you, Frankie. You know it. Sounds like me before I've had my coffee, am I right? Yeah, it does look like Morgan, I agree.
Is Stony alive?
Stoney's alive, yeah. Stoney's alive. I'm running back to the truck. I'm now allowed to say the banned word. Nice. I was at the side of the door ducking. Yep. That's what happens sometimes. Just message you up. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! That's a lot of bangers. Jesus, only one slip. That's kind of good. That's kind of good. Yeah, I agree. Everyone's alive. Stoney's here. Oh, come on! I tried to kill him. But yeah, we're... Last map. Gotta go now. Cause I gotta go pick up my wife and pick up our newly bought Switch. That's right, bitch. We got a Switch. Yo, what up, nephew? Say hello from me. I will not. But I will give her kisses from Frankenstein. Also, nephew, I haven't forgotten about the video with me and the wife saying hello to your dad. It just hasn't happened yet. All the kisses. That was good, good, good. We got a soul in here as well. Come on. Come on. Just send it. Send it, Stoney. Send it. Send it.
Fucking hey, there's some. Holy hell!
Why are you throwing me? Oh no! Why?
Oh my god!
Blah, 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 blah. Oh my gosh! All right, gang. I think I gotta end the stream here as well, because I gotta go pick up the wife.
Well, it was thunder, man.
Thank you so much for joining, Farah. It was awesome.
We won't talk about the car.
No, you know what's funny? Everybody knows that Farrah's here for his entertainment. You finished it.
I know I said I'd go until we all died, but then life happens. So I'm sorry. I'm an untrustworthy and unreliable person. You should know that by now. Sorry! No, give me your money.
Don't worry, I'll delete the VOD so no one sees what happened, okay?
You wanted to continue for the next 5 hours? Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen, Panda. But be back tomorrow when me and the wife will both be playing some horror games that have been suggested on Tri-Stay. So we will sit next to each other and we'll play.
Awesome. Yeah,
You
me
probably
and Nobles
can.
have been playing like Phasmophobia like crazy.
Not Phasmophobia, but other ones. Thank you so much, gang.
Okay.
Thanks for joining. I'm gonna quit the game now. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Oh my god. And we are here. We're here, gang. Now I'm gonna do a raid on Fasu Sasu. Because he's here. He's online. I'm pretty sure he is lurking in this stream as well. Because he usually is. That guy is awesome. We're gonna raid Fasu. And you're gonna like it. That's how it is. That's how it is. Alright, raid message, as always. Let's see. No, come on. Doctor, fuck's sake. Just that. Just the beers. Just the beers. Just, go nuts with the beers. Alright, see you tomorrow for some horror games with the wife. Love you all so much. Bye.